guys, thank you for waiting so patiently. Your patience will be rewarded shortly. We're just tweaking a couple of settings here, and we'll begin transmission. Please stand by. Yes, my friends, we are back. This Tech Talk Tuesday. I am your host, Serious Rollerblader. Man, do we have a frickin' got a show. We got a little bit of a show. I hope we have a show. We'll see. You guys will truly be the arbiters of of history, I guess one might say. Thanks, guys, for joining. It means a lot for those of you who are queuing up early, getting started. And classic, am I going to be able to stop the song before it starts again? Yes! There's a first time for everything. All right, sick. Guys, thanks for coming to hang. Really means a lot. I am just making some tiny modifications to my microphone settings. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Things are looking good. Things are sounding good. So I thought I'd start today's talk with a little bit of an interesting ramble about how the right can't seem to get anything right, at least when it comes to cybersecurity and IT. So I thought I'd take a couple of minutes going over this hilarious Getter article about how they fired their entire cybersecurity team amid financial issues and the possible implications of that. Why do right-wing websites have such a hard time attracting the type of IT talent that can help them avoid these types of things. And again, these are all just thoughts and theories of mine, but I think a lot of it boils down to the right's general aversion towards science. And all of IT is really just a branch of computer science. On top of that, there's a pretty deep culture within IT that is, I don't want to say akin to, but there's hacker culture, right? Information freedom, breaking rules, mistrust of authority, all that kind of stuff is deeply rooted in a lot of the nerd culture, at least the real nerds. And so, fucking IT guys are a bunch of pirates. We don't necessarily always respect authority. And so I find that a lot of the best IT professionals out there, unless you can really afford them and they don't have a lot of morals, they tend not to want to fuck with Nazis. So that's why Nazis seem to have a hard time hiding their platforms. So let's start first. What the fuck is Getter? Getter is essentially a social media platform that kind of came out of the vacuum of Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and everything else, essentially clamping down with more and more intensity on things like hate speech, things like misinformation. And so the impetus for things like Getter, Parler, and what's the other one? They all sound the same to me. Gab is another one. We'll go on some of these sites and take a look at them because I'd be curious to see when we go deep into the exercise that I'm hoping to go through. We'll get an idea of, how exposed are these people? How much information do they actually put out, into the wild, and what can we do with that information, right? So Getter is called the marketplace of ideas. It's not. So so first off, let's talk accounts. So the first thing that I'll show you guys something. I'm going to show you guys something. Let's go to my projects folder. We'll go to Doink. I'm pretty sure I have... Damn, I thought I had an email address that... Oh, I did. I set up... I don't want to use Serious Roller. Okay, let's sign up for a Gmail first. Gmail. And while I'm doing this over here, we'll talk. So Getter is a right-wing platform. Gab is very similar to that. And recently, Getter fired everyone from their cybersecurity. So I'm just going to read through the article really quickly here. I'm going to semi-multitask. And then we'll do a little bit of dive into the platform itself. We'll talk about why these guys are having such a hard time attracting talent and go from there. So the social media upstart Getter fired over a dozen staff members late of last year, including 2 key executives and its entire IT and cybersecurity teams amid rapid growth and what former employees said were funding problems. The layoffs came even as interest in the company, founded by Jason Miller, a spokesman for the former President Donald Trump, exploded. But 3 people who are canned say that behind the scenes, Getter is struggling with more than just growing pains, warning that the recent round of layoffs may have jeopardized the platform's security. In all honesty, in my years of doing cybersecurity, I've never seen a company this poorly run from a business operations all the way to IT, a former Getter employee told the Washington Examiner. It looks like a high school operation. And this is something that we see fairly consistent in, Mike Lindell, I think, at one point had Mike Lindell created some free speech platform as well that I think has a shit ton of holes in it. Anyway, so at least 13 members of Getter's online security infrastructure teams, including the platform's CIO, that's kind of huge, and their CISO were let go on December 28th. So that's not too long ago. Less than 3 months after they were hired. The former executive said the teams were not replaced, leaving the company vulnerable to... Okay. So just to give you guys a little bit of context here in terms of if you're running a large business or anything that's facing the internet and you're trying to make it profitable, you are essentially under a constant barrage, right? Imagine it like the sun bombards the planet with solar radiation, as does just the internet bombards every website with like hacker radiation. And if you are not constantly like patching for vulnerabilities, putting in, appliances that can protect you against that kind of stuff, maintaining those appliances by making sure they're up to date, they're configured appropriately, etc., etc., it's worse than caught with your pants down. Like it's like being caught without skin. Like that's how vulnerable you are to infection and to disease. It's like, imagine like a 99% burn victim and their susceptibility to something like that. I'm being slightly hyperbolic, but not really. Getter's head of human resources. Oh, by the way, sorry guys, I don't have chat up. I really got to make sure I do that in case people chime in. Getter's head of human resources at the time of the firings also left the company at the end of December amid the shake-up that fuck. Getter declined to comment on the layoffs, but Miller said the company launched last summer as a free speech-oriented anti-cancer culture alternative to Twitter remains healthy. So we're gonna find out. I think we're gonna do some poking around, guys, at some point. So we'll find out. Anyway, Getter got a huge boost just days after the layoffs when the podcasting giant Joe Rogan joined. Rogan helped bring over 1 million new. Oh no way! Fucking oh no! Toe Rogan, big Toe Rogan, decided to. I'm not gonna go too far down that rabbit hole. Anyway, okay, so. There is so bring 1 million users. So there is an Immortal Technique lyric. Let me see. I gotta find it. It's so good. It's so appropriate here, and I don't want to butcher it. That's why I'm going to actually look it up here. So Immortal Technique. I'm pretty sure it's because if you go platinum, it's nothing to do with luck. It just means that 1 million people are stupid as fuck. So it's cool. You brought 1 million people to your platform. You brought 1 million idiots, most likely, like anyone who's like, I'm gonna join the Getter platform because they idiot. Then welcome, I suppose. I don't know what to do with you. Anyway. Oops, sorry, I didn't want to click on the Joe Rogan article. I'm sorry, guys. Our position remains strong with over 4.5 million users. So, I mean, what's the population of the United States? Like, I almost said 120 million, and I'm like, that's not right. That's a population of USA. It's probably like 330 million people. And so what's your market share of that? So that's less than 1%. I'm not good at math, but that's less than 1% of the American population is on your shitty fucking app. So let me go back to my article here. And this month we'll be releasing Vision, our short video format. Oh my god, that'll be so fucking cute. I love it. So whenever they're gonna like unleash new functionality, that gets me excited. 365-ish. Yeah, right. So the fact that they're launching new functionality means like hopefully there'll be new like holes in their shit for people to like poke and prod in and take a look. But we're gonna find that the population is too high. There's too many of them. There's just too many Americans. Okay, so that's what Getter is. So let's say just for a second, like actually, let's like maybe you'll do a little demo. We'll just jump onto Getter and see what it's all about. Unfortunately. Use another account. Let's say I want to create an account for myself. I'll walk you guys through this. We will not use my, we're not going to use my alias from the freedom protests. Like you might think like, yo, Mark, let's bring back Tarn Krasny. Woo. It's like, no, that's what we don't do. We don't want to, have anything that can kind of connect those IDs. Now you might have like some weird similarity or something. Like I'll call them like, Blarg, Glasgly. So Blarg Glasgly is going to be blarg.glasgly. I'm sure that has to exist. I'm going to use a compromised password on purpose. So I'm actually going to use a password that I know for a fact has been pwned. Because this actually may be an interesting experiment for later to see is like, hey, even though Mark is obfuscating his identity with a different email address, can we use databases of hacked passwords and say, that's weird. That's where that person uses that. Like, and my password's by no means like crazy secure, but like I've searched password databases for it before. Like I've actually looked through like hacker word lists, and I've never found like a match until I got pwned, until they got my password through some leak, and I'm like, fuck, now it's on there. So, all right, next. So one of the things that I will need to do is two-step verification. 647-700-2416. This is my work number, so if anyone wants to fuck with it, I work for a telecom company. I can have this number changed at any time, so I'm really not worried about it going anywhere. Ayo, how's it going, ADC? It's good to see you, my friend. Hope all is well. Everything is lovely. Oh, yeah, no, so Ocelot, you bring up a really good point. We're going to go through that. Like, there's Parler, which I don't even know. I don't even know if Parler exists because they got owned so badly. There was Parler, there's Gab, and there's Getter. Those are the three that I'm super familiar with. So we are not going to use my real birthday. So one thing is you need to remember these things, especially if you ever have to do like a password unlock. So it's always super advisable. So let's say I don't want to use my birthday. Let's say I want to use the birthday of someone I really like. So Jean-Luc Picard birthday. Now, mind you guys, I don't use this for anything else. This is literally, so my birthday is July 13th, and then July 13th. And then I will cross-reference this with Patrick Stewart. And when was Patrick Stewart actually born? He was born in 1940. Okay? So I was born in 1940. My gender, custom. Because, whatever. Refer to me as other. Yeah. I'm a robot, but that's beside the... fine, I'll just go with male. Fine. Verify that this is your phone number. I'm going to send the two-factor authentication. And guys, I talked about this ad nauseum on the stream. Please turn on two-factor for everything that you use. It's worth the pain in the ass occasionally. Get more from your number. Skip this shit. So what I will say is that if you are setting up a Google ad shit for the first time, actually read through these and customize them, because you can say, hey, I don't want you to track my activity. I don't care. Blarg Glassly, I think is my name, doesn't care. All right. Blarg's alive, guys. We got Blarg. Creating my workspace. This is sick. So we'll be able now to, from here, this is awesome. All right, let's go copy this. All right, let's go to Getter. Marketplace of Ideas. Where to create account. Please select your username. So my username is going to be Blarg. Blarg Glass, I guess. Okay, chat. I need the hive mind for this one. We need to think of something that is like like it has to pass. Like we want to maybe, if we want to do any like actual information gathering, we want to be slightly passable. So we need a name. We need a name for our fake character here. I'm not sure what we want. Maybe we'll call it, we'll call ourselves, okay, we want, I'm thinking blue collar. Like I want something that's like blue collar, working class, something. Oh. Okay, so integrity is taken. Or wait, what? Damn it. Integrity. That's not gonna work. I'd hope so. Imagine it wasn't. That'd be so fucking sick. I'm Iowa soy farmer. I farm soy in Iowa. So we're going to use my Blarg Glassglee. We're going to use my compromised password on purpose. So I'm actually going to show you this one because my birth year, again, was what, 1940, I think it was. Because I am the same age as Patrick Stewart. Okay, so now this is why you need a real email, obviously, if you've ever done this before. We'll get a no reply. I'll take my verification code, paste it in here. All right, cool. So popular users. Awesome. Let's go to next. Cool. We're in. That's it. We're in Getter. So why don't we take a look at what's going on? Let's go live. What's on live right now? Interesting. That looks fascinating. There's some Brazilian stuff going on. Oh, what is this, guys? Okay. Chat, can we just get a temperature check on this? Oh, Southern Integrity. That would have been so much better. Fuck, can I change my username? Hold on a second. Settings. My account. Change password. Email, phone, languages, display, dark mode. Fuck, I can't change it, can I? I should sign up for just a new account. That's such a good idea. Sorry, I didn't read that in time. Okay, maybe for a future account. I will remember that for a future account for sure. So, I don't know, like, who's on here? Like, who do we... Oh, you know who we'll look for is, let's look for Candace Owens. Hashtag Candace Owens. Like, how do I talk to people? Do I have to actually be friends with people? Can I not be can I not follow? Okay, I'm going to follow the real Bill. Who's this person? I'm going to follow this person. Okay. This looks interesting. Anyway. I don't want to get too hung up on getting into Getter because we have lots of time. But the point that I was trying to make here is that sites like Getter, sites like the far-right platform Gab's hack was hilarious. Like, I actually did a previous tech talk way back. I think it was my first tech talk, actually. It might have been my first ever. And I talked a little bit about how it wasn't even a hack. Like, they used a publicly available API that had zero authentication, no rate limiting. So you can tap into a Google. An API is an application interface. So, for example, let's say you want to build a program that has a map that uses like Google locations, right? You can program your code to query Google and say, hey, show me this map with these pins on it, essentially. The thing is Google can choose how many of those API calls that you can make, like per second, per minute, per hour, or they can rate limit the bandwidth of that API. So if you're like a paying customer, like let's say Facebook, that hammers the Google API with like terabytes and terabytes of data per minute, you pay a premium to have access to that. But if you don't have that, then it just blocks you, right? Their API was just wide open. So not only could you get all the data, but they downloaded something insane like 60, or sorry, this was Gab. Sorry, I mean Parler. And that's what I mean. It's so easy to mix them up. Back to Cynical Ocelot's point. Like, it's so easy just to be like, fuck. Like, which one was this? That, like, even when I was looking up these articles, I was like, oh, fuck, what are they called again? Like, they all sound the same. Anyway, so all these websites essentially suck. Let's see, does Gab still exist? Gab. Yep, cool. Let's also sign up for Gab. Checking your browser. Okay, this one is going to be... Oh, okay, also, by the way, guys, when you start to do stuff like this, take notes. Like, make sure you set yourself up for success. So we're going to say we're on Getter, and that was Iowa soy farmer. And then we're going to go on Gab as Southern Integrity. Like that. Okay, let's go. We're going to use... Oh, also, let's bring up my email, my garbage email. Bring it over here for you guys. Blarg Glasgley. And Blarg. Cool. Just keep everything in one place. Makes it nice and neat and organized when you're looking for something, you know. Password. Compromised password again. KXJFDUG. I agree to the terms of service. Oh, okay. I'm an idiot. That's why. One sec. I have a solution for that. When in doubt, use copy and paste. VBMNM8. Sign up. Gab is home of the You will discover many different ideas people appear. Follow the people you like. It's free. Okay, cool. Interesting. Southern Integrity bio. Integrity is what I am all about. America needs integrity. I think that's good, right, guys? In terms of a little opening line, maybe. Oh, I'm not going to use a picture of myself. I need a picture. I do need a photograph, I think, to actually to pull this off. So what should I do? Let's do this. We'll go here. Random Southern guy. Images. I don't know. This is weird. I didn't get many hits on this. Random American man. That's me. No, this is me. This is me for sure. I'm totally this guy. All right, let's save this, and we'll put this as this is totally me. .jpg on my desktop. And then we'll set up the account. Go back. Desktop. This is totally me. Next. Sure, whatever. I don't give a shit. Finish. Cool. All right. Now we're on Gab. So the reason why we're doing this is we actually want to spend a little bit of time navigating some of these websites. There might be some people we want to look up on them. So if you're doing any kind of information gathering or intelligence. So for example, we've been doing a lot of talking lately about the Freedom Convoy. And I imagine that there is a number of those folks here, on sites like Getter and Gab, and potentially even Parler. So when we start to dive into a demonstration of applications like Maltego and how they can help us build profiles on individuals, you'll see, us going into sites like this to try and get more information. What I will say is that the reason why I'm showing you guys this is not an exercise of necessarily outing people on the right, though I fundamentally disagree with these fucking assholes. I do believe that we need a little bit more softness in our interactions with our political opponents. That all being said, I have zero tolerance for psychopaths, Nazis, and just straight up domestic terrorists. So all I will say is I wish that we could have a better dialogue with these people, but I guess sometimes we just have to expose them for the piece of shit they are. So with that in mind, I'm really showing you guys this because if you are an activist and if you are someone who is partaking in any kind of political action, it's important to know the kinds of tools and techniques that can be used against you. So if you are a left-leaning or a right-leaning politic, really doesn't matter. And if you're engaged in some kind of political protest, it's important to understand some of the principles behind this in order to ensure that you can protect your safety. That is, if you want to protect your safety, or how much of your safety that you necessarily want to protect. So, Yeah, I don't know how much time I want to spend like hate scrolling, because what you're going to do is you're going to find quite a bit of this is like very racist, very fucked up, like very just really, really deep into the weeds of insanity. There is another, is Parler still around? Can't be. It is. It is still around. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, we might go down that road later. Sorry, there's one more thing I wanted to pull up here. So I got into Getter already. Got that set up. I've got my Nazi that I want to find later, which is great. We are going to... Oh, before... Actually, yeah. Let's go into the demonstration, and then we're going to delve into a little bit more of the cyber news and stuff like that. So let me pull up my instance of Callie so that we can actually follow through here while we're doing stuff. Perfect. Cool. Okay. So I thought we'd start... I talked a little bit about OSINT investigations, and I think it'd be a good place to start. Like, what are they? What is open source intelligence? How do we conduct open source intelligence? This video is a great introduction. I love Nullbyte. He makes absolutely incredible content. If you're into like the hacking sphere at all, definitely check out his stuff. He'll show you some really cool projects that you can follow along with at home. But the reason why we're going to start with this video is it's going to introduce us to some of the tools that we can use, like Maltego, and hopefully give us some ideas in terms of some experiments we can do, right? I can do some live demonstrations for how some of these tools are used in the wild. So without further ado, here we go with Cyber Weapons Lab. Play. Please, for the love of God.
Okay, so we are starting this project, which I'm calling Cyber Weapons Lab, because a lot of you are CS or STEM majors, and you guys actually kind of understand the way that this works on a technical level. So I thought it would be useful to start teaching you guys some of the things that are actually happening nowadays when people talk about like cyber attacks and cyber war. These are the kind of fundamental principles that underlie all these tactics and things that are going on. Nowadays, when I would interview people, one of the first things I would do for various startups I work for, one of the first questions I would ask them is, how do you find information that you don't already know? The majority of people would say a Google search or something like that, and the tendency is to just look in kind of obvious places, and the tendency is also to use the kind of tools that allow you to be kind of lazy with search, using keywords, letting Google kind of like do the heavy lifting for you, but you're trading a lot of control. So the essence of OSINT, which is open source intelligence, is being able to use the vast ocean of data that is out there that is not accessible by Google to build very, very detailed profiles on specific entities, organizations, people. It really depends on what your use case is. Now the problem is there's so much information out there that if you don't understand what it is you're doing or what question you're trying to answer, you will get lost and you will just end up, it's like getting stuck on watching YouTube videos. You'll end up just finding all this information that is really interesting but has nothing to do with what it is you're trying to learn. In order to be an effective researcher, you're going to need to learn to look at these things like what they are. These are basically weapons. They can be used to cause a ton of damage. These same tactics can be used to take out infrastructure in an entire country. They can be used to take out a multi-million...
Speaking, and sorry, we do need to sidebar this because I've been meaning to talk about this for a while. Speaking of cyber warfare in another country, hacker takes down North Korea. So there is this dude. So for the past 2 weeks, observers in North Korea's strange, tightly restricted corner of the internet began to notice that the country seemed to be dealing with some serious connectivity problems. On several different days, practically all of its websites, notoriously isolated nations, only a few dozen, intermittently dropped offline en masse. From the booking site for... What is going on with this website? And it's like... Sorry, that's some ad, I think, that's being blocked down here. Intermittently dropped offline, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I lost my place in the reading here. Oh, so anyway, this hacker basically attacked North Korea. Like, he found like a significant hole in their cybersecurity, and has just been sort of hammering like all of their websites and routers, and took down the entire country's infrastructure. So when this guy says that you can attack countries, like, he's not kidding. It's not hyperbole. These types of tools, depending on your level of sophistication and how you wield them, like, they're weapons. You can do some serious damage with them.
$1 million business. These are the same kinds of tools that were used to take out Sony and other organizations that were attacked, because these are tactics that are incredibly powerful. So they can be used for business applications, and a lot of these tools I'm going to be teaching you today, I've actually used at various like startups, and they were blown away because they need this kind of data in order to operate their business. They need to know, like, what server does our competitor use? That kind of information.
Oh my God!
A couple taps away with Maltego. So that's why I've chosen today to kind of open with something that everybody can relate to, not some crazy specific like zip bomb cyber weapon or something.
Is that better?
This is something that anybody can jump into and use the free community edition and start learning how to research like an intelligence analyst and not like someone who's Googling. Because Google is fine, especially if you know how to use it, but the majority of information on the internet is not there. So when you think of cyber warfare versus traditional warfare, people tend to think of firing guns or shooting missiles. Who here knows how to fire a gun? Yeah? Anyone? Who here knows how to code a program? Cool. So in the future, those skills are going to be far more dangerous than knowing how to fire a gun, shoot a missile, because those kinds of attacks can only be against very limited places. Cyber weapons can be everywhere. They can affect things that you would never imagine would be affected. And what's interesting is with a little bit of code, you can be far, far, far more destructive to a society that relies on computers and automation than you ever could be with a gun or a bomb or even a missile.
Yeah, true.
So planning and launching a cyber attack is more like writing a program than firing a gun or launching a missile. There are stages that you have to go through that are very similar to this.
We're going to skip through this.
Resources run around trying to attack a sexiest part of it, but they don't realize this is actually the sexiest part of it. Because you can run around trying to attack an organization for, in my case, a red team, where we would be attempting to figure out like the problems before an attacker would come in and tell them how to fix them. We would go in and be able to find that maybe one very small subdomain was unsecured that would allow us to attack the entire network, rather than going through all the other steps of trying to crack into their computers or breaking into their Wi-Fi. If we can find one small insecure piece that brings down the entire foundation, it saves us tons and tons and tons of time and energy. And that's what we're trying to do with this process. So recon defines every single step that follows. It's the act of researching a target, building a better picture, and coming up with a plan of action based on the information you find. If you come up with your plan before you do recon, it's not a good plan.
Also, by the way, for any of you guys out there who are professionals in your life, and if you're ever giving a presentation from one professional to another, you should never read what's on your PowerPoint word for word. You should always just kind of restate what's on the screen point by point, but never rereading it, because I find that to be when you're watching this stuff, you're like, okay, yes, no, I could just read what's on the screen, and I'd love to hear you elaborate on it more. So sorry about that.
To be good at recon, you have to think like a researcher, and you have to ask answerable questions and be able to spot patterns of data and be creative where you look for information. So those are kind of the foundations of being a good researcher. If you pull bad data into whatever it is you're doing, you're not going to get a good answer. If you don't have a good question in the first place, no matter what the data you're pulling in is, it's still not going to be a satisfying answer, because you didn't have a satisfying question in the first place. It's not something that can be answered. Maybe it's an opinion, maybe it's an open-ended question.
Okay, so let's start with an open-ended question, because this is something that I was curious about, is what can we do? Like, we're gonna go through a couple, hopefully, tutorials here and see some of these tools used. But what I'm super curious about is can we pick a target and maybe learn a little bit more about whoever that particular person is? And I've got a target. Okay, unfortunately, I do have a bias. I lean towards it. I don't have a problem admitting that. And my bias is I tend not to like Nazis. And when I'm not using the hyperbolic version of Nazi, I'm talking about literal Nazis. So I'm going to play something for you guys really quickly. And I'm going to introduce you to our target tonight. And this is the person that we're maybe a little bit curious about getting more information on, if we can. And again, we're not doing this to dox the person. We're not doing this to harass the person. We're doing this as a open source investigation to see, this person's put themselves on the internet and said some pretty fucked up and abhorrent things. And I'm curious about how much they protect themselves when they say these things. So I'm going to introduce you to tonight's target. Tonight's target is on one of the Zello chats, the Convoy for Truth that I wasn't a part of. But I'm going to start the video from scratch. Warning, abhorrent thoughts ahead.
I know what side I'm on. And it just really sucks. Y'all are on the other side, man. I still don't hate you. It still doesn't matter what you say. I still know the ADL is a bunch of shit. I'm tired of kikes running everything. I'm tired of Jewish people eating my children.
Yep.
I'm tired of Jewish people running everything.
Yudin, by the way, over here. Like,
I'm sick of it.
Bet you are,
Sick of it.
Susie's Waffle House. We're coming for you, babe.
Y'all feed us our kids.
Feed us our kids.
And you're the ones that drink their blood when you cut off the tip of the...
Oh, I love that they got cut off right there. So this is...
I think everybody needs to calm down and remember what we're here for.
Get fucked, nerd.
Oh, sorry. Some of these are great.
Yeah, they're definitely not vegan.
Susie's a Nazi. Did you not just hear her? Fucking idiots. You support Nazis? Fuck all of you. You're all fucking dumb as shit. The fuck? You support a Nazi. She's here saying stuff against Jews? What the hell's a black box anyway? Fuck off, Susie. Get the fuck out of here.
Freedom of speech, brother. Freedom of speech.
There it is, Ocelot. I know you're in the fucking room. I know you fucking heard that. Eating children, how many kids this woman lost? And that is the freedom of speech. We gotta play that again. Bud Conroy.
Freedom of speech.
Susie's a Nazi. Did you not just hear her? Fucking idiots. You support Nazis? Fuck all of you.
He says like freedom of speech, though. He doesn't even, he messes up the word freedom and speech, which is incredible.
You're all fucking dumb as shit. The fuck? You support a Nazi. She's here saying stuff against Jews? What the hell's a black box anyway? Fuck off, Susie. Get the fuck out of here.
Freedom of speech, brother. Freedom of speech.
Or maybe he didn't say freedom.
Freedom of speech? I fucked that one up. Freedom of
But like,
speech, guys.
so
Shut up, Nazis.
Susie, seriously, you need to get help, girl. There's something fucking wrong with you.
And yet.
Anyway, it's great. Like, these people are real fucking, yeah, exactly, right? Like, he immediately course corrects, like, I fucked that up so bad. I just want to go back to her name and make sure I get the spelling right. So it's Susie's Waffle House. SUZYS Waffle House. Now, again, I don't think that we're actually going to get any hits on this. It's kind of a weird name, but that's our proverbial target for the evening. So if we're going to go after someone, that's who we're interested in going after. And we're going to see if we can use any of these tools to maybe uncover some more. I want to know more about Susie. She seems to have some hot takes. Maybe we should hear more from her and know who she really is. I don't know.
So the goal of this recon, again, is to identify low-hanging fruit. Problems, issues that weren't diagnosed, things that they probably don't think are publicly available to see. Every time you do recon, it is an investigation. You don't just jump into recon and start kind of like looking for stuff. I mean, you can if you truly have nowhere to.
I'm gonna skip
branch
ahead
of the military, it's a branch of the civilian intelligence services, and it's a core part of business intelligence. It's what allows big businesses to pay smart researchers like potentially you guys to help them figure out where to put their money, how to invest their resources, and even kind of how to build new products. So business intelligence is essential because it uses the same kinds of open source tools to, instead of spying on another country, basically like spy on the business environment around you, including competitors and other people that are maybe doing the same thing, to figure out like how they're doing it. So a lot of the time, if you're developing a new product, you do not want to start from the ground up. Like, you don't want to reinvent the wheel. You want to find people that are already making money, doing roughly what you're doing, and piggyback off what they're doing so you can focus on what makes your product different. So if your goal is to do that, and you want to just be able to point at a server using the same server, and it's a private server, open and shut. So the intelligence cycle is really important to understand.
This part is one of the parts I want to really pay attention to here, because it is critical to break things into manageable chunks and sort of follow like a workflow when you're doing intelligence
This is
gathering.
something that stands between like researchers and people that are able to produce things like intelligence that actually is worth investing money in. So data is not the same as intelligence. You can find a whole bunch of information about a topic, and if it's not digested into context, if basically you don't kind of distill it into something that another person can understand without taking this deep dive that you took, then it's not valuable information. So part of the process of research and recon is taking raw data, looking for patterns, putting it in context, and then coming up with a product, an analysis, to disseminate so other people can see what it is that you found and what it is that you've learned. So Maltego is important in this because it actually graphically represents all the data that we're mining, so we can share our results and our discoveries with other people. Now, if you're trying to just do this in your head, that's really hard. So Maltego is a tool to help you like develop this collection cycle to find data, refine it into insight, turn that into analysis, and then kind of create a product that other people can actually use. So in order to begin the investigation, which is what this is, every search through Maltego should be kind of seen as an investigation, you have to ask a good question. So a good example would be, what server technology does Scientology.org use? We can see exactly what they use. It's a definitive question that has an actual answer, and it's relatively simple to actually go and look. Has anybody working at The Guardian had their passwords compromised in a major breach? That one's harder, but it's a question we can definitely answer, depending on what kind of data we pull. So some example of bad questions is Goodwill more secure than CVS? Secure to what? Secure against, which one? All of them, relatively? Like, this is a question that can't really be answered. It's more of an opinion. So this is not a good, investigatory question, because, it's really a matter of, should Equifax fire their CEO? Probably, and in fact, they already did. But this is still a matter of opinion. This is not something that you can really turn over to this kind of program and come back with a result that says definitively, data says yes, because this is more of an opinion. So in order to use this kind of tool, you can't just kind of jump in and make up questions. You have to sit down and actually think about, is the question I'm asking answerable? Because otherwise you're going to pull a ton of data. There will always be information. That's the problem actually with this. There's always information when you try to pull it, but it has to be for the right questions. Because if you're asking the wrong questions to begin with, you're going to find a bunch of information, but it's not going to tell you anything. So this is kind of the last, kind of going over that. We start with raw data. That's bits, no content, lots of noise. You're going to get false hits, information that's not necessarily accurate, and your goal is to refine that upwards into intelligence. And that's where you guys fit. So there are some frameworks that attempt to replace the analyst, but in this case, you sit somewhere here, where you are filtering the information, deciding what is important and what is not important, and building a picture based on what you find here. So by the time we get to here, kind of the final result of all this, the information should be distilled to the point that nobody needs to know, the very, very small details of where this information was actually found. They need to know the overall 1,000-yard view of what the situation is and what the information you found means. So if you don't provide that, you are not actually providing intelligence. You are collecting data, and that's fine, but people won't pay for it. So
yeah, you can't make decisions just off raw data. The data needs to be processed, contextualized, and a lot of times something people in IT don't realize or don't even think about is the concept of personas, right? So when I'm reporting the particular performance of a system to, let's say, my manager versus a director or a VP, that there's going to be a wild gradient of the type of information that I'm giving them, and not for the purpose of like deception or obfuscation. It's really just my manager cares about a lot more details than people higher up the food chain do. So if you are, presenting something to like the higher ups at a company, you need to make sure that information is digestible and sort of tailored to those personas. And that's a really big, important, key part when you're doing intelligence.
I wouldn't pay for it. Anybody can collect data, but it takes an analyst and somebody who knows how to ask good questions and then understand the information that comes back to answer those questions in a way that people will pay for, because it's supported by good data, it's contextualized, and anybody can act on it. That's the thing. Intelligence should always be actionable. Data is not actionable.
I thought I said
that.
that.
Is the difference,
Come
kind of
on.
the core difference between intelligence and data. And Maltego is a tool for you to turn data into intelligence. So the way that it does that is through a tool called link analysis. Link analysis is a type of knowledge discovery. It's iterative It is an iterative and user interactive process to spot, attempt to analyze, and clearly visualize patterns in data sets. Now, the problem with link analysis is if you feed it bad or irrelevant data, it makes it useless. So everything I've said about kind of like selecting the right data to put into this is really critical, because if you're using bad data or if you're answering the wrong question, this whole beautiful process does not work and you will get very frustrating results. So Maltego. Maltego is a canvas onto which you can place data and then use algorithms called transforms to mine for related information. So it takes care of the process of data import, processing, transformation, analysis, and visualization in a single click.
This is a big deal, by the way, because typically, like, you actually would need separate programs to do each of those steps, depending on like the size of the data set, etc. But like, it's a super cool program. Like when I first saw it, like, again, I have no idea how to use it, and part of the reason why I'm excited to watch these videos is to start to learn how to use it and get to know more about it. But as an IT professional, when I saw it was capable in its most like simple, basic form, I was just like, oh shit, like this thing is fucked. Like if you learned how to use this, like you could do not like real damage, but you could fuck a bird up.
In most cases.
Wait, that's actually not true. We were saying earlier how it's quite destructive.
So it pulls from vast APIs of data to be able to search for patterns and clearly display relationships. And commercial partners provide a product called transforms, which are various algorithms for police, military, and intelligence agencies. And what these transforms do is, again, they pull data, they analyze it. Well, first they clean it up, they analyze it, and then they output the information in a very, very specific way to answer a part of an investigation. Who is someone's core friends on Facebook, friends and family? You can pull in hundreds of thousands of Facebook relationships, mine the data for complicated who's friends with who's family, and who's a family unit, who's a friend unit, and come back with an exceedingly precise picture of who somebody spends their life around and who somebody actually is involved in. And companies will pay a lot of money for that. So by designing an algorithm that's able to pull from Facebook APIs, Twitter APIs, other things that people use, they'll discover kind of hidden relationships that a human researcher might not find by themselves and be able to very clearly say, this is who this person hangs out with. This is a political group this person is affiliated with. So because of that, tools like this are actually used to harass journalists. They're used to harass political dissidents. They're used to crack down on people who protest. If you attend protests, these tools are used against you. If you tag yourself in protest, you are inviting yourself into these tools. These tools mine all that kind of data to identify and profile people. If you look at Maltego, if you have it up, the kinds of entities you can add onto the map to start an investigation from are things like terrorist, criminal, incident, weapon. Like there's also normal things like website, person, but the kind of things that this is designed to track is pretty hardcore. So these tools are free, again, and they're used for all sorts of things, business,
Yo, wait a second. Sorry. Respect to this guy. He's actually doing the deep dives. I'm fucking this. Sorry. This guy, I think I just read a video that's going to make me look like an amateur. Hold on a second. Let's take a quick look.
Myself. So there's a app out there called Zello.
Let's just skip ahead here.
In the rally, that he's got some checkered history when it comes to race and race relations.
Called depopulation of the car.
Hold on, I need to see this. Website. She has a Telegram. She says she's from Alabama, although that doesn't surprise me.
And I thought, after seeing this, wow, I mean, it'd be by just playing some Clapton or...
Point we're at now. And in order to understand who's taking the children and who's ruining the children, you gotta fix your history books. All of our history books are fucking lies.
Well, and the history's not even that old. I mean, Epstein, Mossad, you know what I mean? But, like, yeah, it's...
Wait, he talks to her? Hold on. This guy can't be pro her. Hold on, we gotta start this game, guys. My mind's blown right now.
Pretty funny, huh?
Yeah, it's his video that's doing that.
I know what side I'm on.
I think.
And it just really sucks. Y'all are on the other side, man. I still don't hate you. It still doesn't matter what you say. I still know that ADL is a bunch of shit. Sick of it.
Freedom Streets.
Waffle House, the creator of the Coots Convoy Zello channel, who is moderating up to 30,000 people who are communicating on these apps. And so I got her on the line, and it just, I mean, I have no words. I had said a few times from the beginning that Pat King guy who was organizing the actual truckers involved in the rally, that he's got some checkered history when it comes to race and race relations.
Called depopulation of the Caucasian race.
We get it.
Endorses.
We get it. I want to know.
Alabama.
Sorry, it is a little quiet, guys.
Is it a clip of...
Hold on. Is this guy like...
The information contained and discussed in here is absolutely wacko, cuckoo, bonkers, bananas. Thanks for watching Community TV.
Okay, so he's trying to like get to the bottom of she's insane. Okay, we can watch this later. I want to continue to we got to find Susie, guys. We have got to find Susie Waffle House. There has to be more information on her.
But they're really serious, and that should kind of underscore that this is not a toy. This is something that is actually used to pursue very serious investigations, and it can be used for pretty much anything. So the various transforms that are available can vary from commercially acceptable and very useful to downright creepy, that are like kind of more for intelligence agencies. And we've actually got access to one called social links, which is definitively on the creepy side. And we'll get to play with a little bit, probably not this time, but in the next one, because as I said, I just got access to that last night. So a particular focus on this kind of search is social media, technical infrastructure, tracking of people, organizations, and physical hardware. So if you need to know all the stuff that an organization runs on, this is your ticket. If you need to know about a person based on an alias or a user account and track them across the internet, this is your tool. This is for profiling people, profiling technology, and profiling like actual organizations to tell you what they look like on the people side and on the technology side. So let's jump in. We're going to conduct an OSINT investigation. We are going to answer one of our sample questions, and that was, have any employees of The Guardian had their personal information breached? How would you begin researching that question? So in order to research it via Maltego, which again, no Google, so we're not going to just Google, have any employees of The Guardian had their personal information breached? That would be third-party information, and it's not good. We want primary source information. That means information that's not coming from another party, it's not been digested, it's something that is raw data that we can make our own kind of analysis of. So in order to do this, first we're going to need to find the web domain that employees of The Guardian email from. Next, we're going to need to scrape a list of Guardian employee email addresses so we can actually check and see if they've been breached. And then we're going to have to compare the list of Guardian email addresses against known data breaches and separate employees who have been breached and employees that have not been breached. So second to last, we'll make a list of employees who have had their information stolen in a breach, and then we'll make a list of the specific incidents that the breached employees have been involved in. So we know like actually what happened, like which accounts of theirs had been breached. And then finally, we're going to make a list of the kinds of data that was stolen so we can identify which of these users have had things like their passwords specifically stolen. So I'm not just trying to answer the question, have they had their data breached? I want to be able to answer on the level, have they had their passwords stolen or not in that breach? Pretty challenging. So let's jump in. So first, if you have Maltego open, One of the first thing you can do is press Command T or Control T, and we'll open a new canvas. So when you start with a blank canvas, you can drop literally anything in. It can be a person, it can be a website, it can be anything. So in this case, we're going to start with a web domain. And again, this is something that will be up online later, so if you want to follow along then, if you fall behind a little, don't freak out. So the first thing we're going to do is add a domain. As we can see here, this is a screenshot, but I dropped a domain into the Maltego canvas of theguardian.com. That is by far large, like obviously the best choice to see if it is maybe their email because it's their website. So by right mouse clicking and typing domain in the search bar, we can also then derive, if we add the website first, if we need to get the domain from that, we can right mouse click on it and then use the domain transform in order to get the domain from it. So that will allow us to search for email addresses related to the domain, and we can do that via searching in the PGP server. So once we have a domain icon, we right mouse click on it, and we'll be able to see a list of available transforms, which means basically available actions we can take to pull more data and attempt to look for relationships. So in this case, PGP is pretty good privacy, which most journalists use. And I happen to know that like the majority of Guardian journalists will be registered in a database like this because journalists need to have a secure way to communicate with like whistleblowers or something like that. So after running a PGP transform, and you guys can follow along with this as well, against @theguardian.com email addresses, I was able to pull this list, which because I was at the time running the community edition, and you will as well, it's limited to 12 results, but we can see we already have a healthy list of people who work at The Guardian and their their work email addresses. So our PGP list also gave us the ability to start looking for something called paste bins. So there's two different types of ways these people...
So you're wondering why this isn't working on my end. There's a couple reasons why. So one of the things with Maltego is when you go back to... you get to the fucking transforms. I can't remember. There's essentially the transform hub. Here it is. So you can download all of the different types of components and things that you might need. I very well could be missing that particular drop down that he was using. This is also from a couple of years ago, and Maltego's changed a lot since then. So I mean, I could go through and try and find, one of the. I wonder if they're. Hold on. Data categories. Is there any way to search the transform hub? I know that I'm a bit of a space cadet sometimes, but it'd be nice if you could search it. Email. Okay, so this is already installed. Enrich email addresses to our domain. Sure. Ah, that's a paid one. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep watching the demonstration.
One of them is an actual data breach where somebody goes in and steals their passwords from a third-party service that they have no control over, which is hilarious because a lot of these times people don't even know that their passwords have been
what's up? Thanks for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it.
Across all of their accounts on the internet. That's a serious problem, and that's kind of what we're mining for with this. So we can also look to see a second kind of breach, which is a paste bin breach. And that means basically somebody has a whole big list of information or data or a directory of journalists, and they just drop it into a paste bin, which is a place that you just kind of drop information if you're trying to leak it. So in this case, we can right mouse click on the email addresses we found while selecting all of them at the same time, which would be very difficult to do manually. And we can run a transform called the Have I Been Pawned transform to see if any of these email addresses have been involved in either a data breach or a paste bin leak.
Oh, here we go.
So immediately after running that transform, I can see that, there were 2 paste bin posts and 1 data breach already identified, which affected 9 out of the initial 27 users that we found.
Okay, so, hold on a sec. I just want to take a quick step back there because that was kind of cool. I want to see how did you do that?
All of their accounts on the internet.
Okay.
That's a serious problem, and that's kind of what we're mining for with this. So we can also look to see a second kind of breach, which is a paste bin breach. And that means basically somebody like has a whole big list of information or data or like a directory of journalists, and they just drop it into a paste bin, which is a place that you just kind of drop information if you're trying to leak it.
Wow, this
so in
is
this case,
sick.
we can right mouse click on the email
Get all
addresses we found while selecting all of them at the same time, which would be very difficult to do manually. And we can run a transform called the Have I Been Pawned transform to see if any of these email addresses have been involved in either a data breach or a paste bin leak. So immediately after running that transform, I can see that, let's see, there were 2 paste bin posts and 1 data breach already identified, which affected 9 out of the initial 27 users that we found. So we've already, the answer to our question is yes. At this point, we're just going to go further and try to get a larger sample size to assess how many people on their staff actually have fallen victim to this.
So there's a way that like we could do like a functional demonstration. I'm too scared to do it up myself, like live on camera with you guys, because who knows what's going to come up. But like if you want to know, like, is my name or is my thing, is there some piece of information about me that exists out in sort of that paste bin ecosystem, which is where a lot of hackers and security researchers and stuff will dump stuff. You can go and see. So for example, like if I look up this like David Pegg, right, I can actually go to clearly at some point that this is the Have I Been Pwned. So this is basically querying what's online spammer bot? Okay. I don't really quite understand that. But anyway, so on with the demo.
But it looks like we can definitively say yes, at least one person at The Guardian has had their data breached. So in order to expand our search, we can also look at the paste bin. So we're not going to find passwords in that, but we will find other email addresses. And in this case, there's a particular paste bin incident that I can see 9 of the users were involved in, which means that it's probably a big, long list of Guardian email addresses if 9 of our sample email addresses are included in it. So by navigating to that post bin link, I was able to find an additional 97 Guardian email addresses.
Wow.
So in order to add this, we can simply copy those email addresses and paste them into Maltego, and it will actually interpret them as email addresses and just add them to our investigation as though we'd found them in the first place.
So like
which is super valuable
literally
because
if we
we
go
can take
here,
data that we find in the course of the investigation
like
and
this,
add it to the canvas.
Right, and take this.
So in this case, we can expand also on the one user who was breached that we found in the first case and find out exactly what data was lost. So it could have been a very simple breach. It could have just been their username, or it could be something much more serious, and we wouldn't know until we ran this additional transform, which is the, again, Have I Been Pawned transform. And this one will pull more information and explain the data that was actually lost in the breach. In this case, we can see that this employee, what was his name? Regis, really wanted to be a part of pay-as-you-go gym, which sounds like a great idea, but it proceeded to lose all of his data. And not just like, you know, the username or something, it lost his email, his password, his phone number, his credit card data, his IP address, and probably some other stuff too. So this guy signed up for some probably...
So I don't know if you guys can see what's actually happened. I know he can't pronounce pwned. It is pretty fucking brutal. So I don't know if you guys noticed what I just did there. But I went to that paste bin, right, that contained all of those random ass email addresses, and now Maltego is basically going fucking ham and showing us all the relationships now between these guys, where they have been pwned, where their data breached, like where data has been essentially put onto the internet, whether it's, like I said, like a paste bin or a Have I Been Pwned. So it's a pretty incredibly powerful tool. As you can see, you can start to build all kinds of like profiles, and there's just a lot. There's a lot. It's almost overwhelming. I'm slightly at a loss for words when you see just like how much there is out there. So anyway, I think I might actually buy Maltego because it's kind of cool. If I want to learn more, I'm going to need to be able to do more than 3 transforms. So let's keep...
Not very good gym service, and then proceeded to have all of his personal information lost. And odds are the service probably hasn't even reached out to him to let him know that this has happened. So if he's still using the data from this account and any other account of his on the internet, I can pretty much just log into it now after I find those accounts, which is super, super easy to do on Maltego. So if you're able to find someone that's had their data breached and they're using the same password across the internet, they're already screwed. It's just a matter of time before somebody else puts this information together and attempts to enumerate their other accounts and log in with those compromised details. Because people reuse passwords all the time. And this breach was relatively recent. It was in 2016. So if this guy isn't aware of the fact that his data has been lost, then he is at pretty severe risk for having many of his accounts across the web breached, including his Guardian account. So expanding our sample size. After we added the additional 92 Guardian employees to our sample list, we can basically select all of them at the same time and rerun.
Yeah, dude, it's and what's great, like I said, like it's so sick that it lays it all out. It builds those relationships, and I think if you become a much more advanced user of it, you can start to like, right? You can start to visualize the data in completely different ways. So you can start to excuse me, see, right, we started with the Guardian from here. We found, found the paste bin, right? I grabbed that paste bin data and just like threw it in there. It exposed a whole bunch of data related to the emails in here, and again, ran like a transform all of it. So it's a incredibly, incredibly powerful tool. Interesting. So, not breached. So these guys are your good guys. Like, I like how they put the green ones in there. So yeah, if you show up as green, you're okay. Green is good. Let's keep going here. This is really cool.
The transform to see if any of them were involved in a breach. So with a larger sample size, it automatically detected them as emails and gave us a new list of incidents that showed actually 5 very significant breaches that their employees had been involved in. So after running through this, instead of the one initial employee we were able to identify 7 Guardian employees who had had their personal data breached rather significantly in 5 separate incidents. So now we've gone from a yes or no question to we're looking at the actual incidents that each one of these employees was involved in, as well as which parts of their data was lost. So at the very bottom here, you can see that the type of information is kind of an option you can select. So if I want to be able to find out only employees that have had their password lost in breaches, basically only employees that have been involved in breaches where there's passwords that have been stolen, I can select the passwords at the bottom, press, I believe it's Command Up, and it will select every breach that has a relationship with it, and then Command Up one more time, and that will select every employee that was involved in a breach that had a password lost. So then I've just generated a list of every employee at the Guardian who has lost their passwords online, and probably very well might not know it. So we did that without knowing who any of these people are. We did that through a couple simple just clicks through data that we put into this ourselves, and we're able to definitively say, like, this guy's lost his password, and it's available on the internet, and if we wanted to guess what his password is, we could probably whittle down this list of people to find the one who was the worst at security, and just pick them to go after. Because if their password is pencil123, then you can guess that they're...
So part of your intelligence gathering is you look for the lowest hanging fruit. Like if you want to penetrate or infiltrate an organization or get someone's credentials, when you look for someone who has so many of their credentials out on the internet or is essentially has terrible like operational security, then they're a prime target for social engineering. And I don't know if I showed you guys this. I'll show you. So just to fast forward and give you some interesting cross references here, if you will. So for example, if you let's say you're in a situation where you're like, okay, I've got my target. I know who my person is, and I wanna. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat, guys. I want to mess their day up. I really want to, try and catch them all. Where is it here? Sorry, it is a exploitation tool. There it is, the social engineering toolkit. So what the social engineering. So let's say I found out some information about someone and I found out that they had like a gym membership to some gym with a login. And we'll pick a, let's look for Planet Fitness login. Planet Fitness login. Okay, my account.Planet Fitness. So let's say I want to trick someone into thinking that they're going to a Planet Fitness account. There's a tool in here that will let you do social engineering attacks. It will let you do create. There's payloads and listeners, which are cool, but we are going to do a website attack vector. We are going to do a credential harvester attack method. And from there, we're going to do what's called a site cloner. So now I can go site cloner. And it's going to say, I want the IP address to post back to. So this is saying when someone goes to what I'm going to build you, it will come back to this IP address. So I'm just going to say this. Enter URL to clone. We're going to paste Planet Fitness. Hit enter. Okay. There you go. So now it's going to take a little bit. I don't remember exactly when it gives you the result of it. And I can't even remember how to run it. I haven't gone down that deep. But essentially, once you have crafted a fake login site for someone and you know that they use that particular site, you can send this to them, trick them out with like a tiny URL or something, get them to go to the website, and then from there they can essentially just hand their credentials over to you in plain text, which is the best way to gain access to someone's like accounts or systems or whatever, if that's your bag, baby, as they say. So let's go back to Nullbyte and let him continue to
whatever password they change it to after this one is probably going to be pencil1234 or something else that's really stupid. So why would you go after the guy who has a crazy long secure password? Like, damn, okay, like forget that guy. Go after the person with a stupid password that consistently has stupid passwords that uses stupid security procedures. This is how you find them. That's called the weakest link. Yeah. Lowest hanging fruit, this is them. So sorry guys, I don't know these journalists. And again, like maybe they've changed their passwords, maybe they are now better. But this is things that have happened to them. These people could be excellent at security. Is the problem? If they don't know that they've been breached, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So if we want to mine a little bit further, again, this is what I just kind of went over. We can drill down into the data and really get kind of dirty with the information that we're pulling, so we can have specific insights about the people involved in these kinds of breaches. So that's kind of the first example of how you can do this. I want to show you guys another use case. We're kind of coming up on our time though, so if you guys are interested, I can do another like social aspect of this where we go over the transforms that pull from social data. I think you guys would think it's really interesting and creepy because the majority of you guys actually contribute social data, so it's worth it for you guys to see what somebody can do with the data that you're contributing to social networks. I think it will make you change your privacy settings. So very quickly, let's go through another use case, which is following things like money. So there are a lot of organizations.
So I actually am curious because I do believe, and I apologize for all the interjections here, guys, but I'm pretty sure that if you go back to the Transform Hub, the social, there was a standard transform case files, attack, CrowdStrike, Digital Shadows, Farsight, Maldron, Host.io. Where was there's so many of them. That's the other thing too, is social links. Here we go. I do believe this is installed. So essentially my first intelligence investigation, blah, 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 blah. Oh, right. This will do, I guess you could do like darknet searches on people. Interesting. Okay, and that's called social links. So I guess if I here, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this off screen for a second. I'm gonna try something. I'm going to put in person representing a human. It's John Doe. Put an email. I'm going to put in my email. Here, I'll let this keep going while I'm doing this.
Organizations that are not very up.
Oh, sorry.
I've been involved in, I was almost hired at a business that ended up being a front for teaching Scientology values to very young children. And it was only through using tools to kind of find out what was going on behind the scenes that I made that discovery before signing on. So one of the ways that I was able to do something like this is by tracking the way that people make money online. So people use affiliate links in order to get ad revenue or otherwise make money on online property they have, and oftentimes even sneaky organizations are cheap because we live in a capitalist society, so they need to make money and they don't bother to change the affiliate links that they use, even when they have other like front projects that they like don't want to officially acknowledge that they're part of. They will still use the same affiliate link to generate revenue with the same partners because it's generated by a third party like Amazon or Google will give them a link to track money that they're making through traffic to their site. So by searching for other sites in Maltego that have the same tracking link, we can start to find other websites that are unofficially owned by the same entities and are basically making money for the same people. So it's important to be able to find where money's flowing, and this is a good way to be able to do it without having access to bank information. Affiliate codes are really easy to research. So by using our affiliate code transform, I'm going to show you a brief example of how you can enumerate, for example, different businesses somebody might be using as a front. So in this case, I've identified a tracking code being used by Scientology.org that is also in use via all these other subdomains. Now these ones are not as creepy as the ones I found the first round that like seemed very, very unrelated, but some of these subdomains you might not think were related to Scientology, and a lot of them will not ever explicitly acknowledge that they are. That is kind of the thing that they do. So there's a lot of these different organizations that receive funding or other sorts of support from Scientology, but you might not ever expect them to straight out say, like, we are affiliated with Scientology. This definitively links them. So if you need to prove that somebody is on the same organization, on the same team, you can do that in a couple of ways. One of them is if they're using a private server, as we see here. I can enumerate other subdomains by basically searching to see other things that are hosted on the same server. So sometimes you'll just find stuff that's wacky and you'll be like, why is that there? But if it's a private server, it's because they own it. If you find stuff that's totally random, it means it's a shared server and they're just kind of buying hosting space. And that can be useful if you're trying to attack them because you can find somebody on the server who has terrible security and you don't even need to attack the person you're going after. That's kind of the danger of shared hosting. Or if it's private hosting, you can kind of say like, all right, like if all these domains are on the same host and it's private, it's like an organizational host like this, you can pretty much assume that they're all the same organization. So this is useful for being able to link organizations together and basically build a network of businesses that are all owned by the same people, because people are shady as hell in business and they will have all sorts of like fronts and like other things that have like different names, especially if they have like a nonprofit versus a for-profit. Like you get people that are registering so many business domains that if you can't start to wade through them and see what the hell is actually going on, you won't have the ability to like invest money smartly or like get a job intelligently if you don't know like how many people actually work at this thing. Are the people who run it crazy? Like these are questions you can ask after refining them that can be answered by looking at who the organization is linked to, looking at resources they share, and tracking them across the internet. So we're kind of coming up on our time and I want to take some questions, but this has been a kind of brief example of how you can bring data into Maltego. And again, this can be a website, a person, a name, an alias.
Okay, we got to look up how to use social links in Maltego now, right, guys? Like, I think that's a must. Let's see what we can find. Oh, this person's called social? That's kind of bullshit. Okay.
Hello, we are Social Links. We make fast intelligence and investigations in internet. In this video, we present our functionality for dark web intelligence and investigation only. Social Links is a Maltego plugin, add-on, for open source, social media, and dark web intelligence. Please use the translation option in YouTube to read subtitles for this demo in your native language. We prepared a short introduction of Social Links for you. Please visit our website. If you would like to see live demo, connect with us by email sales at mtgbuy.com. With Social Links, you can mine data from more than 50 social networks, databases, the darknet, and use 700 search methods empowered with facial recognition and search by geotags. Social Links covers the most popular social...
Okay, show me how to use it.
The darknet via the phrase entity works like a simple Google search. Maltego has two key components. The first, entities, is used to describe types of data. The second, transforms, describes search methods. Searching the darknet via the phrase entity works like a simple Google search. You can manage the number of results you would like to get in your graph from a transform. Just drag and drop the entity from the palette to the workspace. You can use different keywords to search for user details like product name, user alias, ICQ, Jabber, Telegram, email, etc. Please see case 1.
Here it is.
Maltego has a lot possibilities. For example, it is very easy to import data from Excel. This is very useful when working with big volume of data. You can map import data to an entity.
Okay, so the reason why Social Links wasn't working before is because I just didn't have it installed properly. So this is what we're going to try. And again, I think if we want to start taking these demonstrations a little bit further and a little bit deeper, we will maybe need to invest some money. So I'm curious how much a Maltego license costs, but let's rip a project. Let's go to a new graph. We're going to put in a website, or actually put an email address. Okay, let's pick a target that we know is on Twitter. So, chat. Yo, thanks, Chico. It's good to see you, man. I'm glad you came to chill. Really appreciate it. We need to pick someone. We need a person with an email address that we don't like, or is just like good for a demonstration. Who could we use? Who could we use? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, this added a lot of stuff. Okay. Let's do... Fuck. You know what? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do an email. I'm going to put in my email. I'm doing this to the other screen, guys, because like I said, this may be slightly terrifying depending on the results I get. But I just want to see if the add-on actually, because then when we get an email of something that we want to look up, we can do that. So, okay, boom, boom. Certificates IP4. Wait a second. Maybe do I have to do it this way?
To save time. Maltego will automatically generate links between newly mapped entities in the Map Columns to Entities tab. Since 2008, Maltego has empowered over 1 million investigations worldwide. Maltego is a much loved and widely used tool for open source intelligence and graphical link analyses. You can also export graphs and full reports in PDF. In the first case, we will show just a few samples of what you can find using the Social Link search by phrase in the darknet. For a detailed transform list, please visit our website. In this sample, we're searching for fentanyl. We add the drug's name and run the darknet search products transform. Just a few seconds later, we have the results in the workplace. Remember, you can manage the number of search results in Maltego. Here, we used a limit of 50 results. Now you will see how fast your investigations and intelligence inside dark web can be with Social Links inside Maltego. Maltego is a comprehensive tool for graphical link analyses. Try by yourself. Please connect with us to get trial key. You can manage Simplify Graph and clean it up in the
Okay,
collection.
let's clean this up, guys. This is getting
Welcome
bad. Sorry.
to our
I actually just found some interesting stuff here. I really don't know. Like, so I ran this thing on my email address, and I'm getting like weird document cloud results, but like, I don't think this stuff has anything to actually do. Anyway, it's weird. This is clearly why you need to pay people who make a lot of money to actually figure this stuff out. So, quick video. This is a great tool, and I haven't actually tried this one yet. Oh, never mind. I actually did do a demo of this particular site a while ago. It didn't work on me, and I think it might be because of the beard or my hair at the time or something, or just don't have a lot of pictures of me on the internet. I'm not sure.
What's up,
but this
everybody?
tool is
TCM
creepy
back
as hell.
with another video.
Bear with me for a second.
And today, quite honestly, I am creeped out. So this comes into a story that happened actually just yesterday, and I have been thinking about this ever since. So I'm going to walk you through the story, and then I'm going to walk you through what is the creepiest OSINT tool that I have encountered to date. So backstory, yesterday I was having a one-on-one meeting with a student, and he had mentioned to me that he was one of the few people that had solved an OSINT challenge that I posted a long time ago. I think 3 people solved it. It was really complex, and he did it. So we got on the topic of just chatting about OSINT, and he told me about this challenge that he had heard about and somebody had finally solved. We were talking about like old OSINT challenges and really complex challenges. And I'm going to bring this up on my screen. So he was telling me about this. It is called Find Satoshi. And basically this was a challenge where all that had happened was provided a picture of this guy and said, find him. Okay, this is what it looked like. This is a alternate reality game. I guess it was called Perplex City, and they had different puzzles, and this was one of the puzzles. So it just says, my name is Satoshi, and they said, okay, how do we find this guy given this picture? No real indication as to who he is, where he is, etc. So all we have is a first name. So eventually people are able to identify where he was at the time, which was this small little town in France. Really good OSINT skills. They were able to find this. Somebody went out and took a picture in front of the same building where he was at. Really cool. You can see the background has changed quite a bit, even the landscape there. But what's neat is how he was actually found. So if you scroll through this little article, and you can go to this to findsatoshi.com, down here I was reading and it said, hey, there was a Reddit user in 2020 that used AI facial recognition with a tool called PimEyes to discover a photograph of a man holding a beer, and that's this guy right here. They were able to do further research based on this photo and find information, find out where he worked, go ahead and identify him, send him an email, and indeed it was him. Okay, it took 15 years to find somebody, but AI facial recognition found this person. So I said, okay, what on earth is this website? Because I've never heard of it. When I'm doing reverse image searching, I'm looking through Google, Bing, Yandex, like the typical search engines. But I've never heard of PimEyes. So I went here, PimEyes.com. You can do this for free. You get 10 searches a day for free, which is pretty nice. A few things before you go just dropping photos in here and doing searching. We're about to see how creepy this is, by the way. Understand that this is there's not a really good safe search feature. You have to pay for that, so you will likely see dicks. In the search that I'm going to do, there will be no dicks. It's going to be dick-free.
Good.
Let's
get a dick-free.
Myself, who sometimes I am a dick. Otherwise, dick-free search. But I cannot guarantee that for you. So make sure that you're comfortable with that, because the safe search is not great. They do blur out other people, and they try to have blurring of surrounding things, but sometimes still the dick still gets into the photo. So with that in place, and with that acknowledged, I'm going to show you the photo that I used. So I thought to myself, I want to use a photo that nobody has ever seen before. It's in a situation that, is just something that was personal to me and never made it to the internet. Now, you can upload a photo or you can take a selfie. And I shared this with Casey John Ellis last night, and he took a selfie and he said it worked fantastic. And it just shows you what AI is capable of and how scary this is. Anyway, topless picture alert coming in. I took this photo of me. This is me with a dolphin, and I wanted to test and see what they could do with this photo. So all I did was come in and upload that. I'm going to do that now and just drag and drop onto here. It takes a couple seconds, and then it finds your face, automatically picks it out. If you have multiple people in your photograph, it will ask you which face you want to search for, or you could search for both. You can see where it does blurring around here on the sides, and over here it tries to blur anything out but the face. I think that's partially for sales purpose. Like, it's gonna say, hey, like this photo here, if you want to go find this photo and you hit open image or open website, it's going to say, hey, you need to pay money for this.
It used to be
now,
free.
I was so impressed yesterday that I paid money. I paid $30 for the month subscription because you get 25 searches a day. And I just started like OSINTing random people on the internet. I would grab a random photo and see if I could identify who that person was, just because this tool is so powerful. But literally, like, this pulls up from Teachable, from ILF, websites I don't even know. Apparently, there's a picture of me on the Queen City Skitties website. I did not know that. And you could just scroll through here and...
Yeah, the results can be kind of terrifying. I did run this on my own face at one point, and I did not get any hits, which was like kind of reassuring for a variety of different reasons. But you can see from the demonstration, it's a very powerful tool, especially if you pay to get access to the full unlocked version of it. So this is just another one of those things that you could potentially use in an investigation to try and find whatever your target is. Now, what would be super interesting to see is if Maltego ends up adopting transforms, because I know they obviously do things like Twitter, but like, how do we start to use the same kind of social digging tools for websites like Gab and Parler? By the way, earlier I was I don't think I care about this. I was going to look up, where was it here? Oh, yeah. Let's search for Susie's. No. Okay. Oh, I actually didn't want to close that. Okay, so there's another video that I thought would be super interesting to watch. By the way, guys, if we're getting sick of OSINT investigations, I can definitely shift gears into some more interesting or different content. But if everyone's digging this, I'm going to fucking keep going a little bit deeper.
That Maltego is great for analyzing information that's static, it also has uses for monitoring live conversations on social media.
Maybe can we watch the Kanye West's tweets with this?
Now, nation-state-backed hackers are often responsible for monitoring and influencing conversations on social media. And today on Cyber Weapons Lab, we'll explore how that works.
Yes. Show me. Sorry, I'm high, obviously.
Nation-state-backed hackers are often responsible for monitoring or even influencing conversations that are happening online, especially on social media platforms like Twitter. Now, the way they do this is by first identifying and then starting to monitor both the people and the hashtags that are being used to spread information about maybe something like an unpopular political protest. Now, we can use tools like Maltego, which are traditionally used for things like investigating information that's already out there, but instead start to use it for sorting incoming information in interesting ways. Now, we can use a machine that actually starts to identify tweets that are related to a particular topic and sort them by the people that are talking about it, the hashtags that are spreading the information, and any people that are being mentioned, as well as the individual tweets. Now, Maltego also has the benefit of running these tweets through something called IBM Watson, which is a transform that can do sentiment analysis, further identifying people based on their beliefs about a particular topic they're talking about. Now, we can use this to build lists of users who feel either favorably or not so favorably about a particular thing they're talking about. And this is useful if we want to target someone with an information campaign with maybe some polarizing information or some other thing that's crafted specifically for certain users. Now, to get started with this, we don't need much. We'll just need either Kali Linux or to download both Java and then Maltego from the Perturba website. So, let's begin.
Okay.
In order to start monitoring things on Twitter, we'll first need to download Maltego, or just open it up in Kali Linux if that's the operating system you're using. First, you'll need to start a new graph by going over to the New Document tab and clicking on the icon here.
I did that.
Once you have one open, we'll be using a machine, so go ahead and open the Machines tab here and click on Run Machine. So from these, we'll need to scroll down to the Twitter Monitor. And we also have the option of the Twitter List Monitor, but that will actually monitor a list of users.
Okay, so I don't have this machine. How do I get the machine? What's it called? Twitter Monitor Maltego. So this is the fun part of the stream where we all have to work through stupid bullshit technical issues together. So it's called Twitter Monitor Maltego. Is Twitter Monitor available still? I used to blah, 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 and I'm having trouble finding it. Is it still available? Thanks for the tips. Maltego's Twitter transforms have been down for a while now. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, apparently there's like no... So what I will say is that sites have, like we're talking a little bit about like how APIs work. And obviously as companies and their sort of security posture and how they offer their products and their APIs changes over time, it may or may not be able to run some of the same things. So like this video is from 2018. It's 4 years ago when this stuff was probably more available. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like this is something you could do anymore. But let's watch the demonstration anyway and see what we maybe could have done or what might become available again if there's a workaround for that.
And what we want to do is just pick a phrase or something else that will be able to pull back a lot of information around a certain topic. Now today, a lot of people are talking about the creation of the Space Force. So we'll just use Space Force as the phrase that we're looking for. So as we let this run, we should begin to see a lot of different tweets all around the same topic. Now this will begin to extract and kind of organize the information in a friendlier way to display relationships and talk more about, as you can see here, the hashtags involved and the people who are tweeting. Now, as the information comes in, it will quickly become overwhelming in the default view. So you will need to start to organize it in a way that's a little bit more friendly to understand the kinds of information that Maltego is displaying to you. First, you can display information in a more compact view by selecting the organic mode, which will organize things like so. Next, we can start to mine for relationships by going to the view window and changing the view to ball size by diverse descent. Now what that does is weight certain pieces of data more importantly if they have two distant parent nodes that are separate rather than if they're just being linked to by the same nodes over and over. This means that things that are being linked to consistently, like hashtags that are being used to spread the conversation, will appear much larger and draw more attention, which makes it easier for us to see at a glance what the major points of the conversation are. Here we can see different variations on the hashtag Space Force, along with the @Real Donald Trump as all different things that are being discussed.
That's fucking so cool and so crazy that 4 years ago that was like the zeitgeist of Twitter at the time was Donald Trump and his fucking Space Force, man. That is awesome. damn, that sucks that capability is not available anymore. So I guess that's something that you can't do. Or, yeah. So I think I showed you guys, everyone who's in the stream right now, I think has already seen me demonstrate Sherlock as a way of trying to uncover socials and looking for someone's like social username. I did run it on our quote unquote target. I didn't get any real hits that had anything that's like super relevant. So one of the things that you could potentially do is is do something like image analysis, for example. So if I, got like a pic, if you upload a profile picture or she uploads some kind of photograph somewhere, and that photograph still contains the EXIF data for when she took it, then potentially that could actually give us things like the type of camera that she took it on, potentially even like the geo coordinates of the camera. So then you could see like, oh, does this person really live in Alabama, or does this person live somewhere else? So there's a lot of really interesting things that you can do with it. And I think maybe... no, you can't use it for Twitter anymore, which totally sucks. But who knows? That's something that might end up like coming back into it. Like, again, it all depends on how, Twitter adjusts all of their APIs, right, over time. So we're going to do a quick gear shift. We're going to move away from Maltego and demonstrations and talk a little bit about this incredible story that just came out about the Etherium blockchain. So if you guys are not familiar with Sarek, which I wonder if and again, because like if you look up pictures of Sarek, just a heads up, like it is 100% a Star Trek reference. Like the man knows. The man knows what's up. If you are not familiar with Sarek, he is the one who jailbroke the iPhone, is my understanding. Is he was like the first real jailbreaker. He's also done some site, like I don't think he did cyanogen, but he definitely contributed to that project. He's done a lot of like major like mobile OS reverse engineering and yada yada yada. So this fucking brilliant guy uncovered let me see, does there have the actual article up or not? Yeah, here we go. So hacker is made off with a $2 million bug bounty after finding an alarming vulnerability in the Ethereum network. This bug could have been very bad if it had been found by black hat hackers who could have exploited the digital asset for billions of dollars. Instead, a gray hat hacker, popularly known as Sarek, informed the Ethereum team of the vulnerability, netting himself a sizable reward in return. So he found the vulnerability in Optimism, an Ethereum Layer 2 rollup solution. The hacker himself published a report how he found the vulnerability on the solution. Looking into the nano payment protocols in the rollup, he had found a vulnerability that could allow an attacker to withdraw a virtually unlimited amount of Ether from the solution. So there's something that I wanted to address here, and this is one of the things that's concerning. Like, an enormous amount of like thought and planning needs to go into how we're going to deal with like all kinds of transaction issues. So for example, if some guy goes on the blockchain and it's like, yo, I'm going to just like print money. Like, I'm literally going to just exploit some kind of a vulnerability in the code or something and print Ether. Well, it's on the blockchain now. They can't like take it off. They can't just like delete those coins. There are things like forks and other stuff that you could potentially do to like reverse those transactions. They become incredibly cumbersome, incredibly technical, and it truly like erodes at like sort of the trust of the decentralized network and its viability. So something like this tells you that like, okay, there's bugs out there. Like, there's major vulnerabilities that like people haven't found. He did first. There could be other stuff out there that's being sold on the dark net, but again, because people watch this stuff, like you'd hope we get tipped off to it by the time it becomes a real problem. So similar attack method deployed on popular smart contracts blockchain in Solana that resulted in a lot of hacks on Wormhole. I don't know what that is. Optimism, like Wormhole, mint what are known as warped ether. Users deposit their ether on a smart contract to basically serve as collateral, and then they are even these. I think they meant to say given these tokens that only exist in Optimism's network. They can then use nano payments protocol to make transactions faster and. Sorry, guys. Faster and quicker? Like, am I fucked? That's a bad sentence, right? Can I get like an amen from the chat if possible? Like, that is a really, really, really awful sentence. We use the nano payments to make transactions faster and quicker. Okay. Sarkis, formerly known for developing Jailbreak and OS, has confirmed the vulnerability. However, instead of exploiting it, so like he literally could have just printed fucking money. The self-styled gray hat hackers reported to the Optimism devs. In return, Sarkis rewarded a 2 million bug bounty. So, what is a bug bounty, you may ask? And a lot of you guys probably know what that is. So, bug bounty. So let's look up. Actually, I think Ether. Bounty program, right? So the Ethereum bounty program provides bounties for bugs. We call on our community and all bug bounty hunters to help identify bugs in the protocols, and clients earn rewards, blah, 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 right? So you can see some of the vulnerabilities that people maybe have found and that they've gotten rewarded for these things. It'll be very interesting to see our boy Sark show up on the list. And the more I hear about... No, this technology is by no... I mean, so Ocelot and I worked together at a telecommunications company in which we had a lot of interactions with payment systems. And when you start to understand how payment systems work in like sort of the back end of IT, and you start to interact with credit card companies and payment card industries and stuff like that, you really realize that like they have, like, it's not to say that they're not vulnerable to stuff, but they are way less vulnerable because it's a tried, tested, and true way of doing things over time that has solidified itself or its foundation, kind of in how we use the banking system. But it's also just like heavily scrutinized in terms of its security. So blockchain is not ready for prime time. It is a completely speculative asset at this point. It is I would liken it to like poker or gambling. It really is just you throwing in your money into something. And yes, there are things that you can buy with it. But back to that like line goes up video, right? That whole video, the impetus of it was like, NFTs exist for you to get into crypto. They don't exist to actually provide like a value or some kind of like a derivative asset or something. It's literally just something to get you interested in the crypto market, get you buying crypto, and kind of continue to pump the economy. And when we look, actually, there's, while we're talking, this is a great subject to segue into. We are going to talk about crypto scams. So if we want, CoffeeZilla is a great YouTuber who I'm a huge fan of. I want to switch accounts here. Pardon? What? I signed me out. Sorry. Sure. Oh, God, I don't think I want to do that. Damn it. No, stop. Oh, my God, I've messed up so much. Let's go to our boy, CoffeeZilla. So, he does a lot of investigations into different crypto scams and whatnot. I'm going to show you one that's going to make your blood boil. And it's a personal favorite of mine. It just came out 2 weeks ago. It's pretty fucking great. Here we go.
The famous live streamer Ice Poseidon just scammed his followers for up to $500,000, and I'm going to prove it. he personally profited $300,000 by stealing money out of a crypto scheme that he set up. And when I confronted Ice Poseidon, who's better known by his real name, Paul Danino, about this scam, he was shockingly honest.
You want to keep the money that's not yours, that you took from the project, even though you failed to deliver.
I mean, I'm not really sure what you want me to say, but yeah.
I'm trying to like get you to return the money because it's 100% still available and you could do that.
Yeah, I could give the money back. It is within my power. But I'm going to look out for myself and not do that. I don't like know what else to say. That's just the most honest answer.
Now, these influencer scams are becoming more and more common, in part because of how easy they are to pull off. Ice Poseidon's scheme apparently took him only 2 weeks of work to set up before he apparently got bored with the project and decided to stop working on it and just took the money.
Like, seriously, how long did you work? I'm just curious.
Well, like you said, it was a fork, so I don't know, a couple weeks.
Couple weeks, $300,000. That's a nice chunk of change.
Now, I pleaded with Paul, or Ice Poseidon, to return the money that he stole, in part appealing to the guilt that he was taking money from his fans who were all much worse off than him. Ice Poseidon's response was that he didn't like how that made him sound.
I don't know if you're aware of the fact that your average fan has way less money than you. So you're just taking from poor people. Like, you understand that, right?
That is definitely not... That is not a good way to put it. That's a pretty shitty way to put it, my dude.
Because you did a pretty shitty thing, you fucking... I don't know if anyone in chat knows who Ice Poseidon is. Oh yeah, so I literally just pulled chat up and the first thing I see is, fuck, I already hated this guy so much. Fuck Ice Poseidon.
I think it's a pretty shitty thing to do.
From the very beginning, this story shocked me, but especially the twist at the end that I can't tell you about yet. But what I can tell you is that this is my most in-depth investigation yet into influencer greed, cryptocurrencies gone wrong, and the blockchain. Now, I know it's been a while, so let me remind you, this is the $10 Million Studio. I'm your host, Coffeezilla,
really
the
good.
internet detective.
He's got good shtick.
Well, it's good to be back.
It's good to see you, dude. Bring us that sweet content. Whoever he gets to do his... I don't know if he does his own graphics, but they're fucking...
ADHD save 10 hours.
Guys, what's been driving me fucking crazy? Oh, it's because I built a new stupid profile. I swear, I have ad block extension. No, we're getting ad block plus right now. ISIS, dude. I mean, yeah, like, so there was like a time in which I had like a little bit of sympathy for him. I'm like, I guess this guy's just like walking around in the street. I don't know enough about him and his history. Maybe he started off as like less of a dick and he was just a live streamer, and then like all of the swatting and the toxicity of everything ended up just like making him an absolute horrific piece of shit. Like, I don't know. But yeah, he's like he's fucking, he's turned into pure garbage.
Cryptocurrency's
you're gonna
gone
love
wrong,
this.
and the blockchain. Now, I know it's been a while, so let me remind you, this is the $10 Million Studio. I'm your host, Coffeezilla, the internet detective.
Yeah. He was a big RuneScape streamer, and I guess he was pretty decent, or at least pretty popular, and then like just turned into like a fucking piece of shit. That's what happens when like fucking weirdo like incels don't have any like personal development, or like, you know, leave their basement and just live inside of like internet culture. Like, guys, I love the internet. I'm here talking to you right now. I'm trying to be a part of like internet culture, but like the just like living like eyeballs deep inside of it all the time is not good for you. And you're right, like some of the stuff he's done like is demonstrable sociopathy. So, well, also, I don't know if I told you guys this. Okay, because you people are super cool and I appreciate coming to hang out. So I have this stupid project that I do that I call screenshots. I think I have it here. I hope so. Yeah, so I should have taken a screenshot, but whenever I randomly stop like a YouTube video on someone and like it's a really good screenshot, I just take it. So like an example would be like that. What else do I got here? Christopher Moltisanti. Like, that's a great screenshot, right, guys? Like, it's what else do I got here? I got Emily Blunt. Like another really good one. Gordon Ramsay, this is a personal favorite of mine because like it looks like his eyes are open, but they're not. It's very fucked up. I don't know if anyone knows Crystal and Sagar from Talking Points. I got this one of them looking particularly evil. Rami Malek. He's just looking like a fucking weirdo. But anyway, there's some funny content. So anyway, that's my stupid thing that I like to do on the side is take screenshots of people when they're looking. It's oh my god, I just wish this would have opened in like the same. Anyway.
Well, it's good to be back. In order to understand what happened with Ice Poseidon, we have to rewind the clocks back. The story started when Ice Poseidon
This is his
first
normal
got into
face.
crypto.
I invest in a lot of the like shit coin, like a lot of the you put money in and then you sell in like 20 minutes when it pumps.
Ice Poseidon first got into crypto just buying a lot of meme coins. But like many influencers, he quickly realized gambling on another person's coin is a sucker's game. The fast, easy money is actually in getting other people to gamble on your coin. Now this moment is important. It's the moment Ice Poseidon realized what a gold mine it could be to start his own scam.
You're telling me I could create a CX coin and then people could buy it because I could say that the community is super strong and then I could sell it in 10 seconds and make $10 million. What the f am I doing?
Ice Poseidon would later say that the clip you just watched was a joke and that the idea of him scamming his fans was just a bit he played up for the audience.
I'm sure.
That core idea that he was missing out on a huge opportunity to make a ton of money was real, and it nagged at him. And pretty soon, he decided to start his own coin.
CX coin is the one to choose. I'm the founder of CX Coin. My name's Paul Zanino, and I decided to make a community-driven token that I'm personally going to be a part of.
Now, almost immediately, this got a lot of attention. Obviously, given his past comments about sort of scamming people were understandably skeptical of this. And it came out right after Save the Kids, and you would have thought that myself and other people like Mutahar would have talked about this whole thing, but Ice Poseidon
Oh, no way.
is
There you go.
working
There you go.
incredibly hard
Hilarious.
behind the scenes, which is something I need you guys to understand. He was contacting people like myself and pleading with us that he was just joking back then, and he was serious.
Oh,
about
okay,
this coin.
interesting.
He wasn't
Well,
about
that's the
to
thing
pull off
too.
a
Is like sometimes like people get roped into this shit. This is why, like, before we bite people's head off, like we do need to do a little bit of information gathering and understand the context of certain situations, and not just being like, you were in the same room as that person, so fuck you.
Scam like Save the Kids. He was different. He even mentioned in live streams that Save the Kids was going to make what he was about to do much harder.
Well, dude, what sucks about that too is like if you're a smaller streamer, like I understand the like maybe you're gonna like I would never ever like there's no amount of clout that I would gain that I would accept to like do a stream with fucking Ice Poseidon or even talk to him on stream, right? Like I have no interest in having a conversation or being associated with that guy. But you know, I could understand like a smaller streamer being like, fuck it, like I don't give a fuck like what my like I'm gonna get a huge boost from this, it's gonna look like really good for me. So you know, I can appreciate people like not like latching on, but you know, having like associations with bigger streamers and then realizing like what a huge fucking mistake that is when they do like really douchey shit like this, right?
I know about the phase coin, Steezy. That's why I'm trying my best to be as transparent as possible. I've been working on this for like a month now, and I wasn't going to let that drama stop me, but it definitely makes it a little bit more difficult.
Ice Poseidon repeatedly told skeptics that he couldn't rug this coin if he wanted to. He had locked all his money up in a smart contract. He told me that in DMs. He said, don't worry, no rug here. All the money is locked. Lol. And look, I have to admit, I was busy at the time with some other investigations, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt, something that I obviously regret now. But periodically I would hear, you know, complaints from his community that they thought something was off, but every time I'd go to Ice, he would immediately respond, just immediately. And he always gave me something that sort of sounded reasonable, and I later learned he was doing the same thing with everyone who said something negative about CX Coin. In fact, he got a Dextero article killed about CX Coin being a scam. I mean, I even asked him about this at the time, and he said this: Dextero article went up and then down. Did you see that? Yeah. I emailed Dex proof I wasn't scamming. So leaving that up, quoting a Twitter with 2 likes is a bit unfair to me. The point I'm trying to make is he was playing the PR game hard, telling everybody he was different. He even gave me his wallet addresses and told me to hold him accountable. He wasn't going to do anything shady. And everyone sort of felt like, okay, maybe he's doing something different. You know, maybe everything he's been saying was, you know, just a joke.
Because, dude, if I see $1 million, I'm selling. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna be like, I'll hold.
So again, like this sets up like the total, like this is premeditation at its finest. And even if he didn't like specifically premeditate to say like, oh, I am gonna start CX Coin and I'm gonna make it a scam, even though he said that a bunch of times, you can still argue that he has a significant predisposition to not having like any sense of honesty or integrity in the way he's going to operate. So for anyone who's been around this stream for a very long time, you may recall when we went through I did an episode where we created our own coin called Doink Coin, and we essentially set up a smart contract, and it's pretty straightforward. Like, you know, like you can download like an Ethereum contract, you enter in, you know, some details, so like you'd put in your wallet. Oh, this is the Doyoy coin, which I made for a friend of mine, Matt. So a lot of the code in the contract you just leave alone. You know what I mean? If you just want like kind of like a cookie cutter token to mint on Ethereum, you would fill out a couple of key values. Like you would put in, you know, okay, so this is Doink. You can see the Doink symbol. The name is Doink Coin. I think I made 69 billion or something like that of that. Put in the appropriate wallet IDs. And then once you have your sort of contract put together, you can go out to a thing called, what is the Ethereum ID? What's it called? Remix. So you can go to something like Remix, which is kind of like a online like software development platform, and then you can create a Doink's already here. You guys can see it. So I basically load in the actual smart contract. You put in the stuff, and then from here you can actually compile. And then once you've compiled it, you can actually say, okay, I want to, you know, based off of the blah, 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 I want to deploy it to Doink Coin to this particular network. And so you can say like, oh, I want to deploy it to the test network or the production network. But this is how you build a token. And within these tokens or contracts are all of the different variables that you could potentially change. And some of those revolve around things like he's talking about like the, like you can put in basically a piece of code that says you can't pull out a certain percentage of the coin in one transaction. Or, you know, you need a certain number of votes to liquidate this part of the account or something. So
For you guys, bro, I see $1 million in my portfolio. I'm out.
Not gonna lie. That looks bad, but I'm gonna be really generous here and give Ice the benefit of the doubt. That clip probably was a joke, and it was probably made before he was actually thinking about making CX Coin into a real thing.
Now, as time moved on, I and many other people sort of forgot about CX Coin until January, when I decided to take a break for a little while. And while I was off, I couldn't help but feel that there was something else going on. I just had a hunch I had to look back. So with my free time, I joined the CX Coin Telegram and started tracing back the wallets that Ice Poseidon had given me so transparently. And pretty soon I found out that, well, he gave me the wrong crypto wallets. Whoops. He gave me the DX Sale wallet instead of his personal wallet, which didn't tell me anything. For example, one of those things he didn't tell me was the fact that he took out $200,000 from the liquidity pool at the very beginning, which is directly at odds with what Ice Poseidon told me himself when I asked. He said, don't worry, all the money is locked up, except for $200,000, I guess. But it also hid another story, which was the misappropriation of the so-called marketing wallet. Now, according to CX Coin's own white paper, the marketing wallet was to be used exclusively to, quote, fund marketing campaigns in the cryptocurrency market. But in the Telegram, there was another story going on. Ice Poseidon was complaining that he had spent money on an ad campaign and it just hadn't helped. Quote, "We spent 53K on a BTOC and it hasn't really helped. The wallet is limited." He berated people who complained. You want me to spend 30K on stuff that doesn't help? Or you want me to think about the best ways to use marketing money? Exactly. You can't use the marketing money on, well, marketing.
Well, and that's one of the things. If you know anything, if you've ever worked with a marketing department or an advertising department, and you understand like how difficult it is to do that stuff, like one of the things that often you'll do in marketing is they'll dump an enormous amount of money into awareness, and they realize that like it takes time for us to build that up. Like, you got to spend money to make money. You can't just put out one ad campaign and expect like a 30% increase in revenue, right? Like, you need to do it a couple of times to create a sense of awareness. So what this indicates to me is like, again, like a disingenuous approach to the entire project, which, I mean, duh, obviously, but it's important to pick away at the foundational pieces, right?
Instead, the money seemed to go somewhere else. Shortly after this coin launched, Ice Poseidon bought himself a brand new Tesla. This video was published July 24th, and as he says, he bought it a week ago, putting it right around the time that he launched the coin and realized he had suddenly gotten a lot of money to his name. But I'm sure all that money is locked up, right? Apparently not. And here's the interesting thing. The longer things went on, Ice Poseidon just sort of gotten more and more brazen with the way he used the money, right? At first, it was just sort of sitting around. Then he started sending it to cash out wallets. And eventually I calculated that there's roughly $250,000 missing from that marketing wallet. But that's not all. Ice Poseidon had tricked his followers at this point by getting them to buy into a vision of a long-term project. The whole idea was that this was going to be a donation platform for streamers and that it would take a while to build. He kept reiterating this again and again.
I mean, this is a long-term project. I'm trying to, we're making a donation platform, so I'm going to put that on my stream, and this coin will just be around for the entirety of my streams.
He said this a lot in the Telegram too. This is long-term, right? Thanks, guys. I assume everyone is in it for the long haul. Anyone who invests in something should know this was a long-term project, so 1 week is not going to see results. Now, later, I would find out this was a lie. Ice Poseidon did not see this as a long-term project. He actually gave up after 2 weeks. But I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself. The point is, Ice was getting brazen. He was increasingly intolerant of people who called him a scammer, saying they just hadn't done their research. He even brought my name into it, saying he had talked to CoffeeZilla, maybe implying that I had cleared him.
And I've talked to these fucking people, CoffeeZilla. I've talked to these guys. I showed them the coin. I showed them everything. And, they're giving me the benefit of the doubt. So obviously they would call me out if it was a scam.
Now, I'm going to be honest, this really pissed me off. Ice Poseidon was using my name to try to imply that he was legit, when in actuality, he had just fed me false information about his coin and begged me not to talk about it. But amazingly, the final piece of this puzzle wouldn't fall into place until a few days ago. As I said, Ice had been getting more and more bold, thinking, I guess,
stock
that he had
footage
gotten
of
away
Ice
with
Poseidon.
this.
He
And
is
on
really
January
being generous
22nd,
about his look.
2022, using his wallet that he didn't tell me
Super
about,
generous.
he drained the liquidity pool, essentially killing his own coin and taking the money from his investors. To be specific, he drained about 90% of the funds, which is about $300,000. Now, for important context, liquidity pools are how you get money out of crypto, right? You can't just cash out a coin like CX coin, right? You can't buy groceries with it. Someone has to be willing to trade you that coin for something that, sort of has value. So coins like this rely on something called liquidity pools, a big sort of pot of money. And what Ice Poseidon did, using the fact that he created this coin, he rug pulled 90% of that from his community, which meant that that's $300,000 that his investors would not be able to get back out. And at this point, I simply had enough. This was a scam. He had lied to me from the beginning, and he had lied to others about it, and I wanted to confront him, but I couldn't let him know that I knew anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't pick up the call. So I simply told him I wanted to chat, and to my surprise, he agreed. And so on the 26th of January, we had the call you're about to see. And mind you, I'm expecting him sort of to...
Like, the call is infuriating to the level of just, like... And to be honest with you, what I will say is it's refreshing. I mean, I'm not going to spoil too much here, but like his level of just douchebaggery is just kind of like, all right, I guess you're just like throwing it out there. All right.
To deny everything?
That's how we're doing it.
Like, who would take credit for this? Well, ICE would, I guess.
It looks like the coin got rugged. You know anything about that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, not rugged, but I mean,
Well, someone pulled all the liquidity out. That's a rug, right?
that would be a rug, yes. But there is still liquidity in there.
40K got left and 300K got ripped out or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what happened.
Right. Are you laughing? I mean, is that funny?
I mean, no.
You're hearing this right. He's admitting he took out 90% of the money, but that's not a rug pull, apparently.
I mean,
They
no.
had to do it after all. The crypto markets were crashing, and if he didn't take out the money, who would?
The crypto market is crashing, and the $300,000 is in there. There's two options, right? Leave the money in there, and then if BNB goes down to like $100, the money goes to shit anyways, or I could take it, and the money is not just going to dust.
The money would have never gone to dust. I mean, it just would go back to the
his logic
investors
is
when they
amazing.
sold out, when you told them, hey guys, I'm no longer interested in this project. I wipe my hands of it. You know, you got your 50K in, you got your 50K out, you're good, right? You didn't deliver. This is not your money. I can't believe you keep thinking of it as your money that's going away. That's your investors' money, and it should be their decision what they do with it.
Okay, I mean, that's a fair point.
That's a fair point. Yet, despite all these fair points he kept making, every time ICE got cornered about the fact that he was basically stealing from his investors, he slowly pivoted his language from, oh, this isn't a rug pull, to more like, well, the investors deserved it. He said, they believe too much in his project and his word.
They're like, part of the responsibility is on them as well for being, you know, like putting too much emotion into it.
Now, look, I want to be clear. I agree that investing in any influencer coin is idiotic, but the logic here seems to be insane. They believed me, so it's okay I scammed them? I asked ICE about this.
I don't know if you're trying to say they deserve it. You're saying they owe some responsibility. I agree they owe some responsibility, but do they deserve to get ripped off?
No, I mean, nobody deserves that.
It's just what happened, though.
Like I said, sometimes you have to look out for yourself. I don't really know how else you want me to put it. I mean, you could say it in all these different ways to make it sound as horrible as possible. And you know what? I can agree with you on some of those things. I just don't like to put it in those specific ways because it makes it sound like that was the intention from the start, which it wasn't.
And there it is, the final refuge of every scammer. I started with good intentions. I meant to do the right thing. But I kept reminding Ice Poseidon or Paul or whatever, like his excuses made no sense because it wasn't as if the money was gone. It wasn't as if it had vanished. He still had it and could return it at any point. He doesn't have to go down as the scammer.
So I don't know why you're acting like it has to end with like you being the bad guy here. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. I'm trying to like get you to return the money because it's 100% still available and you could do that. So that's what I'm not understanding is I want to get to that point. I don't think we're going to get there.
If you want the answer, yeah, I could give the money back. It is within my power. But I'm going to look out for myself and not do that. I don't like know what else to say. That's just the most honest answer.
Now, I do believe he's being honest here. I believe this is the most mask off anybody's ever been on my channel. Most of the time when you get these guys on the phone, they just try to deflect and dodge. I don't think that's happening here. ICE is being 100% transparent, and I realized it was a unique opportunity to get the full story of how these scams work. ICE Poseidon proceeded to walk me through the details on exactly how long it takes to whip up an influencer scam like this and the profits you can expect from it.
Can you tell me how much money you made off this? I'll just call it a scam. I know you don't want to call it a scam, but it is a scam. So what did you make off this?
Well, I got 55% and then 45% went to my developers. So I don't know, probably like 300,000.
You make a really good point. Like, when you have such a fucked up toxic community and you have like an intense history of swatting, like, I don't know, man. If you watch The Sopranos, like they like, oh man, I've fucking they say like, oh, I killed a guy for less than 30K. You know what I mean? So if you're dumping 50K on Ice Poseidon, they could wage like all out war. especially with his attitude towards it, right? Like, it's particularly just like an extra little like gut punch there to be like, by the way, like, fuck you. You know, like, I'm going to be completely honest that I took the money, I'm not giving the money back, and I'm going to buy a Tesla with it, and it's your responsibility that you got fucked over. That's an interesting, like, PR move. Let's see how it works out.
Nice. What a good
Nice.
Nice. Profit from doing. I mean, how long did you work on this project? Like, seriously, how long did you work? I'm just curious.
Well, like you said, it was a fork, so I don't know, a couple weeks.
What do you plan to do with the money?
Invest into crypto, Ethereum, mainly.
Well, there you have it. For 2 weeks of work, forking someone else's program, you can get $300,000, which annualized is a pay rate of $7.8 million per year if he would just scam every 2 weeks. It's not hard to see the appeal, obviously, but what blew my mind is that he hadn't gotten away with this. Like, he got caught red-handed, and somehow, I guess I was just expecting him to go, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll return the money now. But no, he just kept doubling down.
You are deciding to do the shitty thing. You know that, and you're still doubling down.
I am doubling down. Do you not agree, though, some of the responsibility is on people who, if you're still holding something that's inactive for months, like, sure, okay, maybe they, you know, have faith in me, whatever, but that's not a good...
That's your fans, dude. That's your fans. These are people who followed you since they were kids.
That's fucked.
They admire
That's
you. They look
really
up to you.
just, like,
That's
dog
the
shit.
people you're saying, well, that's their fault.
I honestly couldn't believe what he was saying here. Not that he didn't care. You know, I'm kind of used to that. But he clearly expects zero consequences for his actions, right? And this made me think that at least part of the reason for this might be because stories like Save the Kids, which got huge press, ultimately nothing happened. Don't get me wrong, it's important to get these stories out there anyway. But you have to understand the inner workings of the greedy influencer. When you don't have law enforcement consequences for what is essentially theft and fraud, you end up with people like Ice Poseidon realizing they can do the same without consequence. And I'm not merely speculating here. This clip you're about to watch is of Ice Poseidon discussing with his partner, Moises, what happened to Sam Pepper, one of the leaders of Save the Kid. They don't talk as if he's a cautionary tale, but instead as if Sam Pepper had won, as if Sam Pepper had beat the system. He stole money and he got away with it.
I mean, I did watch that CoffeeZilla video. I think Sam's a fucking millionaire now. So I think he still succeeded me, although he got it in a very poor way. He made up like a bandit, bro.
Sam's probably a fucking lower life. Probably has like 3 million crypto. The dude broke his lease.
If you got a
on his Tesla, the dude paid like, what was it, 10 stacks to break his lease.
I don't know. Yeah, if you're breaking your lease and leaving the country, I mean, you
he flew first class to Europe.
If he really felt the need to do all that, then he probably made plenty of money.
I heard
Sam Pepper scammed people, but because he did it without going to jail, he's successful. He got away with it. That's how these people think. So is it any wonder when Ice Poseidon is caught also stealing money, his response is, oh, well, I'm just going to look out for number one. It's their fault for getting scammed. They shouldn't have believed me. He's just so obviously not afraid of getting caught. And why would he? In fact, I asked him about this fact, whether these things should be prosecuted, and he seemed to think that this was a wild idea.
Do you think the FBI should get involved with cases like this, or like the SEC, man. Or do you think like people like you should be prosecuted?
No.
I can't say this enough. These guys aren't scared. They think they can do whatever they want. They'll just fork a coin, take $300,000, another $200,000, another $250K, and walk away. And screw you. What are you going to do about it? Oh, and by the way, in case you thought that this was just a matter of Ice Poseidon messing up once, I actually found old clips of him admitting to what seems to be some kind of credit card phishing scam.
I fished credit cards back when I was younger, dude. I didn't do anything with the credit cards because I was like afraid of going to jail.
But that time he didn't go through it.
Right. I was actually afraid of consequences, so I didn't
Well, that was then and this was now, and now he's not scared anymore. Ultimately, this whole conversation between me and Ice ended with us just sort of going in circles. Me pointing out that what he was doing was ethically wrong, him telling me that he agreed, but he essentially doesn't care. And I felt sort of like a failure afterwards, to be honest. I didn't achieve my goal of having Ice Poseidon return the money to his victims. However, a few hours afterwards, Ice Poseidon DM'd me one last time. He told me he wasn't going to give all the money back, but he was planning to give a little bit of it back. $155,000.
That's
now, I want to be clear about
insulting.
This.
Like,
Giving
actually
back
insulting.
$155,000 is better than nothing. It's good for the investors who hopefully will withdraw their money as soon as watching this video. But it's so obviously a last-minute Hail Mary for whatever is left of his reputation. It's kind
Nice
of
footage.
pathetic. I mean, to be clear, he's still keeping the bulk of the money. He knows that, and he knows that we know that. Remember, this still leaves him with taking $200,000 from the project at the start, another $250,000 from the marketing wallet, which went basically nowhere, and then $300,000 from the liquidity pool, of which he's
I
saying,
didn't
okay,
realize
I'll
it was that
return
much money. That is insane.
$155,000. I don't know what this is supposed to demonstrate. Are people supposed to all of a sudden applaud as he gives a small fraction of what he took? Except, wait a minute, I just checked. Ice Poseidon doesn't even seem like he can do that much. After DMing me, I went to the Telegram and his admin updated everyone and said, we just finished a buyback of over 120 BNB rocket emoji, which is not $155,000.
Not at all.
It's only
Not even close.
$40,000. Now, whether Ice Poseidon has actual plans to put the rest in or, oh my gosh, return the full amount, I really doubt it. It's just amazing to see that Ice seems to be doing this only because he got caught, sort of got interrogated for 30 minutes, and faces reputational damage, yet he still can't muster the moral courage, or at least fear, to return the small fraction of money he promised. And so to close this, look, I'll be honest, in my opinion, Ice Poseidon is not a good person. I don't think he regrets anything or feels bad about any of this. And I think the unfortunate conclusion many other influencers will come to when looking at this is that Ice, like Sam Pepper, has finally made it. He's succeeded in the influencer game. He's gotten away with it. Or has he? There may still be ways to prevent stuff like this from happening. There are two things you can really do. Number one, you can share this video so more people become aware of what Ice did.
I hope I've done my part there.
It. But two, if anyone was scammed by CX Coin and lost money, they can report their losses to ic3.gov, link below. This is the FBI submission portal if you've been defrauded.
This is literally like what actually needs to happen more and more in these particular spaces. Like, people who are getting scammed by all of these like shitty crypto coins and what I'm sure is about to be like the NFT bubble that is pending. Like, these people obviously have, you know, quite a lot invested in these sort of Ponzi schemes. But yeah, more people need to report these crimes to authorities, not necessarily because the authorities can like do anything specific about it, but they actually need to know that like they're powerless against it, and hopefully, you know, can start to put in some kind of sensible regulation. You know, even though that is something that like the currencies seem to be diametrically opposed to, right? So yeah, I think also you made a really, you said something earlier about just like the viability of things. Like, I think, you know, Bitcoin was invented like what, like 10 years ago, 13 years ago, and like we're still trying to shake out all of these problems. And like any new technology, like the web didn't, you know, turn into the internet overnight, but at the same time, I'd like to say like 10 years after the internet, you couldn't recognize it. It was ubiquitous and it was quite better than its previous iterations. Whereas we're kind of stuck with like the same problems and an enormous amount of fracturing, right? Like, just even the forks between like Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin Classic or whatever the fuck they call it, right? So there's there's quite a lot of like diversion in these spaces. What was I gonna pull up next here? Anyway, what I will say is that if you are interested in like really good coverage on things like crypto scams, things like that, highly recommend watching CoffeeZilla's video. I will show you guys something. Etherscan.io. So Etherscan is obviously like a blockchain explorer. It allows you to search the Ethereum blockchain for transactions, and this speaks a lot to like the lack of just sub to him. Nice. For a hot second, I thought you said like, for some reason my brain made me think that you just subbed to Ice Poseidon. I'm like, why would you do that? But then I'm like, oh no, stupid. Anyway, I have MetaMask and I have no Ethereum in my wallet. But what I do have is Doink coin. So this is the coin that I minted. I don't currently have any transactions pending. But if I go back to my wallet and I copy to this clipboard, I can actually paste this into the Ethereum. And what I can see is, so I did a bunch of stuff with this wallet. So the first thing that I did was I sent myself some Ether, right? Because in order to actually get the smart contract minted, which I think is here, I actually need to have Ethereum to do it. So if you're ever interested in fucking around inside of like Ethereum, but you don't actually want to spend money, one of the things that you can actually do is inside of MetaMask, there is a test wall. Fuck, sorry, I really should pin this. There's a test network that you can do transactions on. So if I actually go to the Ropsten test network, you see that I actually have Ethereum, because you can basically like send yourself free Ether for no cost. It's called, what's it called? Ethereum seeding. Never mind. Anyway, there's a way that you could essentially just mint yourself money on the test network. So you can see that like I don't have I don't think my wallet is the same address. It is. Can I do it on? I'm sure there is a way for me to not scan the production network, and then I can see the actual transactions of the test network that we did all of our like this is where I sent a bunch of Doink coin to my friends because it's free. You can send gas. Like if one of you guys sent me your wallet right now, I could send you Doink coin. But in the real world, in the Ethereum mainnet, I am the largest holder of Doink coin. Okay, so I sent myself some Ether from Coinbase. I think this was some. I don't know what this is. Then there's more from Coinbase because I realized how much it was going to cost me to mint the fucking contract. And then there's the contract creation. And I can actually look at the contract and see all of the hashes that have come in from, you know, the different transactions or the people that I've sent it to, essentially. So this is like why the blockchain is not anonymous. Like every single transaction, every cash move is in plain sight. The key is how do you keep your wallet, obscured? And there's a bunch of ways that you can do that. Like if you want to go absolutely crazy, you can do like OPSEC with tails. No, we'll just do tails. So there's a website, you download it to essentially like a USB key, you run it from USB, and then you have like an incredibly hardened and secure operating system. Now, typically you would want to do it on a computer that like you got parts from somewhere else, or you bought cash in another city, something that couldn't be traced back to you. And then once you set up this, you could create a cold wallet that's not on the internet. And from there, you could potentially have an anonymous, transactions. Where things get tricky is once that Bitcoin or whatever lands in that anonymous wallet, well, how the fuck do you get it into your wallet, right? Or if you spend it and you get products delivered to your house, you get services delivered to an address, makes it really easy to start to correlate that stuff, right? So maintaining anonymity, freedom of speech, maintaining anonymity on the blockchain network is not impossible, but requires like a lot of effort and a lot of work. And then there's ways for you to launder your Bitcoin. So you can put it into processes that will do all kinds of laundering. Now, since we're talking about laundering of Bitcoin, and I think we're segueing into one of the worst things that you have. I also love when I set up like a new profile. Like, none of this is like stuff that I watch. This is all just like new profile. We think this might be stuff that you're interested, and it is so different from like my fucking front page. So let's go to mine. Switch account. What? There we go. What? No, why is it doing... Oh my god, this is horrific. Just go to YouTube. There we go. This is great.
Finex, a cryptocurrency. Breaking news, the FBI has seized $3.6 billion in stolen cryptocurrencies from hackers and rappers. I'm CoffeeZilla. This is the $10 million studio. Welcome back. Now, 2 people have been arrested so far in connection with these stolen funds. Ilya Lichtenstein and Heather Moore.
So before we get into this, just to underpin some foreshadowing, right? What I was saying is maintaining an anonymity on the blockchain is very difficult. It requires a lot of effort. It requires a degree of technical skill, and it requires vigilance and perseverance. Real operational security involves constantly being on your game. You have to be literally meticulous. Every story about some major hacker, I can't remember the fuck the guy's name was, but back in the early 2000s that like turned on lulzsec, like all of these people have been outed because that one time they didn't turn on their VPN, or the one time they logged into something from a computer that could be tied back to them. Like, it's that one fucking time that you screw up, that's when they catch you, okay? So vigilance and perseverance is required to maintain these schemes.
Morgan. Now, this $3.6 billion comes from a 2016 hack that targeted Bitfinex, a cryptocurrency exchange. You might remember them from our Tether saga. Notably, Ilya and Heather are not accused of hacking Bitfinex itself, but rather laundering the money afterwards. They are both charged with conspiracy to commit money laundering and conspiracy to defraud the United States, which together carry a maximum sentence of 25 years in prison.
Good. Don't fuck with the states and their money.
All the specifics of how these two were able to do this, but it's worth noting that I don't think these charges are near enough. The girl, especially Heather Morgan, should be incarcerated for at least another 25 years, purely on the basis of being unbearably cringe. So look, here's the thing. Yeah. As I said,
it's true.
The FBI seized it from hackers and rappers. Yes, this lady, Heather, is a rapper. She calls herself the Crocodile of Wall Street. She's obsessed with alligators, and she raps terribly. I mean, she's a rapper sort of in the same way that American Idol singers are singers.
Russell Khan, the Versace better win. Come real far, but don't know where I'm heading. Motherfucking Crocodile of Wall Street. Silver on my fingers and boots on my feet.
Now, I know what you're thinking. We might have just uncovered the real crime here, and it's true. But honestly, hear her out. She's a lot of things. She's not just a rapper.
Okay.
Look, I'll let her tell it.
I'm many things. A rapper, an economist, a journalist, a writer, a CEO, and a dirty hoe.
Horrible rapper. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is who stole all this money. Billions.
So fucked up.
Billions of dollars laundered. This is who it is. It's unbelievable. And you know what? The only honest thing might be that she's a writer. See, I looked into this, and it turns out that that's actually true. Heather Morgan turns out to be a Forbes contributor. They just let anyone in these days. And one of her articles was this: experts share tips to protect your business from cyber criminals. You know what? I think she actually might know what she's talking about.
I was going to say.
See, guys, you just have to learn to protect your business from criminals by criminals. Another thing.
Well, so this is true, though, right? Like, if you know anything about, like, especially this was like a huge trope back in the 90s and still is to this day, but like if you were a hacker and you got caught, you were typically employed by the government. Like if you did a major hack of like the Department of Defense, or if you're Canadian, the Canadian military, or some ministry of whatever, and it was a pretty big hack and you showed a level of sophistication, a lot of these governments would flip prison sentences for essentially employment. It's like, hey, so rather than you like fucking your shit up, why don't we pay you to make sure that, you know, nation states or we, you know, even corporate entities can't hack our systems and gain unfair competitive advantages or whatever. So there is a tradition in all of the security spaces. It doesn't even matter if it's cybersecurity, physical security. Like they hire like professional ex-cons and thieves who could get through their locks or break through their procedures or whatever. So there's an enormous amount to learn from people who are involved in criminal activity, and that's actually one of the things that I think that we really miss out from, you know, taking into account that there's a real opportunity to rehabilitate. I hope most people in the criminal justice system who have, you know, committed non-habitual violent crimes, you know, people who aren't like abjectly insane. Like if you did fucking fraud, or, you know, you broke into a warehouse and stole a bunch of shit, like rehabilitation should be on the table for you, and part of that rehabilitation should be like, hey, we can learn a thing or two from your cunningness because you seem to you know, be decent enough at half getting away with something. So
thing that she raps about as a professional rapper that she is the social distancing guys. She's out there helping people out, scaring them away from her, I think.
Got coronavirus. Woo, woo. Do your part. Social distance. Do your part. Social distance. Do your part. Social distance. Stay 6 feet apart.
You know what? If I saw someone dancing like that,
bad.
I would social distance from them permanently.
Yeah, distance
and the
the
song.
hell out of that.
Who's got coronavirus? Who? I don't know, man. It's so bad that it might be good. What would Fantano give it? I feel like Fantano would give this a
10.
All right, so I'm sorry. Rapper.
He does really good
career,
editing.
We
I
had
love
to discuss
Coffeezilla.
that, but
There's some great
listen,
YouTubers
let's
out
get
there,
back
man. There's some
to
really good content coming out.
The case. Sorry, Steven. Come on. The case. The FBI broke it down like this with this chart. Basically, how this worked was after hacking funds, these two laundered the...
Sorry, and not to, like, sir, I don't even know why I'm apologizing, because I love going on fucking tangents, and you guys will learn that about me the more you hang out with me. One of the tools in Maltego is there is a blockchain. So I think there's a way of, like, I can't remember exactly what it is, but there is a transform, or there's a tool that you can download in the integration, or the hub. Where is it here? Transform hub. I don't know if I actually installed it or not. Blockchain. So I don't have it installed. That's why. I'll finish that up. For various blockchains, we definitely want this. Yes. Hopefully it doesn't ask for an API. If it asks for an API, that means you have to like pay for it, or like a key or something. So once that's in there, and these are transforms, not necessarily machines. There is a difference between those. But we can, from here now, go to our new tab and put in potentially a, there you go. Let's look for Ethereum. Oh, wow. Okay. Ethereum address. Sure. And let's go to MetaMask real quick. Over here. We'll grab from the mainnet the wallet. We'll punch that into Maltego here. Ethereum address, run. Okay. And then when we right click, we should be able to do some kind of... I wonder why that's not... Find, hold on. Oh, okay. Anyway, I would need to find actual like transaction and IDs and stuff like that. But again, if you wanted to look up any of this like transfers or stuff, I guess we could have used like an example of like what's his name? Fucking shithead's wallet. But
money through a series of cryptocurrency accounts, including cryptocurrency exchanges like Coinbase, Kraken, and Binance. They would then send that money to a series of made-up identities. Now, bear in mind, this wasn't that sophisticated because they kept using new email addresses but using the same photo. So these two feel like amateurs, but at the same time, they were using thousands of transactions to try to hide these movements. So in some ways, they weren't. They knew what they were doing. And this whole case is kind of like that. It's like a little bit sophisticated, but then also extremely amateurish. These two aren't exactly genius criminals, if the rap songs were any indication. But this report also hinted about the fact that this also might be the work of another person too. According to the affidavit, the information contained, quote, includes information provided by private entities that the U.S. government believes to be reliable, aka probably a whistleblower, maybe a friend of these two. And it would make sense why they were motivated to do that, because according to the affidavit, Bitfinex offered up to 5% of any property recovered.
Oh, wow.
The total potential reward exceeds $400 million. So it just might be the case that someone out there, a friend perhaps of the crocodile of Wall Street, might be crying crocodile tears when these two go to jail, thinking that maybe they can get some of that reward money. But no matter who it was, I'm just glad these two got caught, and I hope the judge considers it
we should have watched. So guys, please do me a favor. If you're watching and if you love content and if you like the content on this channel, you must subscribe to Cold Fusion. I'm not subscribed, so I'm going to subscribe now. Cold Fusion does some of my favorite videos. I've actually done a couple of tech talks based off of one of the videos he did on the Apple M1 processor. He does some incredible deep dives into some businesses. I'm actually like kind of behind on some of his videos, so at some point, we did this on a tech talk. We talked about this breakthrough of how they cured blindness in some patients using CRISPR. Interesting thing, it's not like the solve all the, it didn't necessarily make like completely blind people able to see again, and there were caveats and side effects, and the effect was temporary, etc., but super cool shit. Anyway, how long is this video? Because if it's 12 minutes ain't bad.
Welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion, where I cover anything in science, technology, business, or history. In 2016, a large amount of Bitcoin was stolen from an exchange. The event was considered as one of the biggest mysteries in crypto. But who stole the money? And where were they? Some answers would come in February of 2022, when a New York-based former Forbes contributor turned amateur rapper, as seen here, and her husband were
This
just
guy is
arrested
so
and
much
charged
kinder.
with
He is
stealing
so much
$4.6
kinder.
billion in Bitcoin.
This morning, the Justice Department announcing the largest single seizure of funds in the department's history, recovering billions of dollars in missing Bitcoin.
This story has everything, right? You have a big hack, you have a big theft, you have a very colorful couple at the center of all
Colorful
of
is a generous
This is a
term.
bizarre story.
I guess they're
Sit back,
colorful.
Relax
you know?
and enjoy as we take a ride through the blockchain to chase down a married couple's attempt at a multi-billion-dollar heist.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Yeah, Cold Fusion rocks, guys. Dagogo is
The
sick.
story starts with the place that the Bitcoin was stolen from, Bitfinex. Since its founding in 2012, the Bitfinex exchange has had a shady history. From hacks to covering up losses, being unable to find banks, and fines by the CFTC were all par for the course. But the biggest disaster happened in 2016 when their Hong Kong exchange was hacked. Almost 120,000 Bitcoin was stolen directly from users' wallets. It was pandemonium. Withdrawals were halted and trading was stopped. Once the news of the hack spread, Bitcoin dropped by over 20%. To be clear, it wasn't the Bitcoin blockchain that was hacked, but just the Bitfinex exchange where people traded Bitcoin. As a reaction to the hack, Bitfinex customers had their balance reduced by 36% and would receive tokens in proportion to their loss. The crypto community was on the case.
Sorry, guys. My bad.
Everyone was curious as to who the hackers were, but it would take a number of years to finally track them down. Details of exactly how the hack happened aren't 100% clear yet, even after all of these years, but one of the lead theories is something like this. The hack was possible because Bitfinex was using a third-party service called BitGo to secure its users' wallets. It was BitGo's servers that got hacked, and the hacker ordered the system to send all of the Bitcoin to an account of their choosing. For years after the hack, the crypto community had a hawk eye on the movements of the stolen coins through the blockchain. Everybody could see where the coins were going, but nobody knew who the owners of the coins were. Before long, these coins became banned and blacklisted from other crypto exchanges all over the blockchain. This meant that the hackers couldn't convert the Bitcoin into fiat currency. They needed another way. 25,000 coins out of the 120,000, or about 21% of them, were shuffled around in a complex laundering process. The coins were split into tiny pieces and exchanged for other cryptocurrencies and spread around. Bizarrely, some of the purchases included gift cards for Uber, Walmart, and PlayStation. Some of the laundered Bitcoin was even used to buy some gold and NFTs. It was all very curious. Some keen blockchain analysts think that other parts of the stolen Bitcoin were paid to a so-called cash-out service on the dark net. This is where a user would pay someone on the dark net with Bitcoin. The user would receive an equivalent amount of cash, minus a fee, that was put in a vacuum-sealed bag and left in a secret location.
What?
The user would then be given the exact GPS coordinates as to where to pick it up. As for the rest of the stolen Bitcoin, it just sat there for another 4.5 years due to all of the blacklisting. It was too risky to move. There were just too many eyes on it.
That's crazy. That's fascinating as hell.
That was until August of 2021, when suddenly $760 million moved from the original hacker's wallet to a new crypto wallet. It looked like the perpetrators had finally gotten tired of sitting on the coins, and they wanted to make a run for it. They used a complicated method of transactions that split the coins up into many pieces, but eventually, all of the coin movements landed them back into the same wallet. It was a very interesting development. The movements of funds alerted the authorities, and the chase was on.
That's crazy. That's an interesting visualization of it,
With
too.
special tools like Elliptic, the complicated movement of coins was tracked. After an investigation,
this literally just happened. That's the crazy thing is like, Cold Fusion and all these guys, like they're just jumping on the story. This happened like the beginning of February.
It was found.
It's not.
that
It's
the
like
crypto
it's only a
wallet
couple
belonged to
weeks old in
34-year-old
terms of the
startup
story.
founder,
Yeah.
Ilya Lichtenstein. Lichtenstein and his wife, Heather Morgan, aged 31, allegedly conspired to launder the money according to the Department of Justice. Authorities managed to link the stolen coins to crypto exchange accounts owned under the couple's names.
The strange
So who were these two? Now this is where things get really interesting, ironic, and just downright bizarre. Lichtenstein was a Russian US national. He grew up in Chicago and attended the University of Wisconsin. According to those who knew him, he was described as quiet and observant, but he had a guarded wall around him. While Lichtenstein was the co-founder of a blockchain startup, since the arrest, most of the focus has been on his wife,
$20 bill. He's just 100 if you're gonna do that
And
shit.
if you don't know about me, I'm a serial software entrepreneur who started multiple successful companies. One is a multi-million-dollar profitable one that I started by myself when I was 23.
She's a former Forbes contributor who ironically
hurts
wrote
to
articles
listen
on
to.
how
I'm
to
sorry,
protect your
guys.
business
That's
against
brutal.
cyber criminals, and talked with crypto exchange owners on how to prevent fraud. She even did a cybersecurity talk with BitGo, which was the very same third-party platform that failed to protect the Bitfinex wallets during the hack. But that was only the start of the weirdness. Morgan, who calls herself the Crocodile of Wall Street, was actually making a name for herself
don't
on
know what
social
that
media.
means.
She was an amateur rapper by the name Razzle Khan, a name she came up with that was supposed to be a reference to Genghis Khan, but, quote, with more pizzazz.
Oh, go fuck
Her music
yourself.
videos,
Genghis
TikTok, and rapping can only be
Does
described.
she know who
as
Genghis
fit
Khan
for North
is?
Korean
Like,
food.
I'm sorry. I'm curious as to like what. Oh, she's like probably honestly she could be like autistic. Like she could be on the spectrum and have like Asperger's for sure because just give me that vibe. Give me that vibe. And that's not a knock on people who are neurodivergent. It's just a fact.
Real icebreaker, no one crude as me. Not a peacemaker. Bring the
I'm being charitable by moving my head here, by the way.
coming from the Black Sea, major earthquaker. Give no apology.
Goofy as her social media posts were, it seemed like she had a skill for social
Razzle.
engineering. She gave a seminar in 2019 about how to socially engineer yourself into anything. Tips included, while at an event, pretend to use your phone to call a fake friend. While you're doing this, eavesdrop in on important names to gain entry into exclusive parties. Other tips included, follow closely and listen and learn about your target. Name dropping was another hot tip.
This is
the
some
seminar description says she
OSINT.
used social engineering
OSINT,
to navigate
for sure.
and infiltrate black markets and shadow economies in her previous career.
Interesting.
Perhaps these skills were helpful to gain a foothold into the inner workings.
Almost
of
for sure.
Bitfinex's
I think maybe
security.
that was like her only advantage here.
During her 20s, Heather would travel the world and learned multiple languages, including Japanese, Korean, Russian, Turkish,
She's
Arabic,
autistic
and Cantonese.
She's autistic.
In
I'm
2014,
sorry. You can't not be on that's she has to have Asperger's at this point. Like she's like, and she speaks 14 languages fluently. It's like, okay, Rain Man, chill out.
She incorporated sales.
Again, not a bad thing. She's clearly like high functioning, but and I don't even think they use that terminology of high functioning. I think they call it like low support now is like the friendly terminology for it. Friendly also might be the wrong word, but
a company that aims to help other firms improve their efficiency when it comes to sales pitches. It was later found that Salesfolk was involved in the money laundering scheme. Heather wrote 47 articles for Forbes as a, quote, Forbes woman, and this was between December 2017 and September 2021. According to Vice, who interviewed people who knew Heather, they were all shocked at the news. They called Heather a nice person, and they also said that she was very driven. Though on the other hand, the Department of Justice tells people not to be fooled. They state that Heather, quote, played an integral role in the money laundering and fraud scheme, end quote. They also say she had...
Okay, does anyone note the floppies and the CDs? Like, I'm sorry, as someone who, and I think, I definitely know that Chico will feel me on this one. Oh, great, I love it. Thank you, Ocelot, for the updates here. If you're old enough, you remember definitely having like one of these in your car or at your computer desk that had like all of your games in it, right? This is not something you see on people's desks these days. And the same thing with like definitely not floppies. Like I actually am having a floppy disk framed. It's a floppy disk that has CD-ROM drivers. So it's a floppy that says CD-ROM installation. And I truly believe that if I put this in like a nice frame, and when young people see it, like it will just break their brain and they won't really fully understand it. Oh, nice. Respect the old school ways. So judge orders the release. Oh my god. Okay. On Monday, judge ruled that blah blah blah. She released on bail after she and her husband were arrested for she helped a lot of doctors. Okay. Monday's hearing took place to review the release order and consider future prosecution and defense evidence. Can read both the written arguments below, which largely reflect the parties argued in court. The presiding judge declared that Morgan could await her trial at home if she made bail, but she didn't overturn the stay for Liechtenstein, meaning he would stay in custody. The couple was arrested on allegations they tried to launder some of the blah, blah, blah Bitcoin. While the government sees most of the crypto, it claims the court documents are still millions of dollars worth that it hasn't been able to get its hands on yet. It also says that the couple purchased 70 gold coins, the funds linked to the account, and didn't find it while searching the couple's apartment. I mean, they're like part of this scam in the beginning, right, was them like hiding stuff in like physical locations, and like there's probably a paste bin somewhere on the internet that has the coordinates of where they buried it for somewhere to find, so wow, that's wild. And I mean, there could be like some again, so I'm actually, one of the next tech talks that we're going to be doing is less on tech and more about like the fact that we know very little. Like, we know a lot about what's going on directly in front of us, but when it comes to making assumptions about things like cases and stuff like that, like, we make a lot of assumptions about the information that we have access to. And so there could be a number of extenuating circumstances that could be a condition of her bail, whether it's like the potential for something like cooperation, or whether, they have reason to believe that she has reduced culpability. Who knows, right? But anyway.
Had extensive knowledge and used a variety of cryptocurrency protocols to launder money. They state she was not an unwitting bystander.
So, there you go.
In 2019,
I should have just let the video kept playing.
People traveled to Ukraine to set up false identities and create fake passports. They established financial accounts in Russia and Ukraine and appear to have been setting up a contingency plan to leave the US and flee over east if things got too hot. Unfortunately for them, COVID put an end to those plans. Federal agents would remark that the Ukrainian activities look like something out of a spy novel. US law enforcement obtained a search warrant for Liechtenstein's digital wallet. They were able to seize $3.6 billion left in that wallet.
Wow.
They did this by managing to decrypt a file in his cloud storage account. The encrypted file on the cloud had 2,000 crypto wallet addresses and their corresponding private keys. A pretty sloppy move. There's been no explanation of how exactly law enforcement decrypted the file, though through blockchain analysis, authorities could link those wallets directly to the original Bitfinex hack all those years ago.
So, funny enough, there's some supplementary videos that I think would be really fun to watch. One of them is this, which is going to be how to cloak internet activity using noisy Python script. And another is directly related to this, I think, or at least has a tenuous relationship. Where is it here? Sorry, guys, give me one. Dead man switch. So how to create dead man switch in Python to encrypt a file when you don't check in, right? And again, like if your encryption methodology is flawed or they have like a keylogger on your computer or something, it's kind of hard to have like a way of keeping other people out of your shit. But
incriminating documents were found. Dark websites that sold fake IDs and passports. The couple did use a VPN, but they used their real name, email, home address, and used the stolen Bitcoin to purchase it. The game was up, and in total, only about 4% of the Bitcoin was successfully laundered.
So remember what I said earlier about vigilance, perseverance? Like, it requires a level of dedication, and I don't want to knock like young people. That's not my thing, and I guess I'm turning 40 soon, so I don't consider myself as young these days. But like, there is a hubris, to the young who don't have an enormous amount of experience, right? And they maybe sometimes overestimate their capabilities that like you need to be fucking insanely disciplined to be able to pull off scams like this. And clearly, like, they fucked up. Like, even if they're like, well, they somehow hacked this file, they shouldn't have been able to do that. Like, that's the craziest development. It's like, well, that file should have been separated into two different parts where like half the data, like the keys weren't stored inside or something. So anyway, these guys are idiots, clearly.
The couple were arrested on Tuesday morning, February 8th, 2022, in New York. According to the Department of Justice, the two have been charged with conspiracy to commit money laundering, which carries a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison, and conspiracy to defraud the US, which brings a maximum sentence of 5 years. A Manhattan judge has set Liechtenstein's bail at $5 million and Heather Morgan's at $3 million. Some people have raised some doubts. Could this couple really pull off a $4.6 billion heist? Although the Department of Justice has not publicly linked them to the actual hacking of the cryptocurrency exchange, they were heavily implied to have done it. Since the stolen coins were recently directed to...
I mean, it's true. They literally could just be saps. Like, there could be some, like, really intelligent, like a puppeteer, like someone who is actually, and again, not to get conspiratorial with the thing, but if I had $6 billion at my disposal, or I was trying to launder that money, what I would probably try and do is use a vessel that if it was to get, almost like when a boat has compartments, right? One compartment can flood, and then the other compartment will stay buoyant, right? Like there's you have to breach a certain number of compartments to sink the ship, let's say. So this idea that like maybe they set these guys up as layer 1 compartment, like we're gonna instruct them in how to do the laundering and the technical sophistication that's maybe required for that. And it's kind of like, if anyone's seen The Sopranos, no spoilers, so actually spoilers, sorry guys, but in the first season, they make Junior the boss specifically so that the FBI goes after them, they'll hit Junior and not Tony, who's the real boss. So it's very possible that, like, yeah, exactly, right, is that there's just some puppeteer who is like, I'm gonna get these two dumb assholes who are too stupid for their own good, that don't even know that they're like the unwilling recipients, right? Because it's easy to manipulate them into a narrative of like, oh, you're helping us out and blah, 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 blah. And if you're smart enough, they have no idea who you are, right? Their entire incentive to transact with you is that, like, that they're like, oh my god, this person's giving me this incredible opportunity, they're so smart, of course I'm going to listen to them, right? Like, they got scammed, like they might have been. And again, depending on their knowledge about how dangerous those people could potentially be, maybe they'll keep their mouth shut, maybe they won't. But yeah, it's absolutely fucking wild. Yeah, no, exactly, and that's I mean, that's it's hilarious.
It's a wallet that they owned, and the money was not split up between anyone else. It's believed that they at least had a large involvement. With that being said, this does still leave the door open to the possibility that others may have been involved. Some of the online doubters cite a 2019 arrest of 2 Israeli brothers in relation to the hack, but no further information on legal proceedings have taken place since then. Others say that the married couple were just set up as patsies. It was a setup by the FBI or another government.
Fuck, I just need to keep the video playing. I guess I don't need to do any talking here.
But we have no evidence for anything like that so far. So while there is some ambiguity here, looking at the charges brought by the Department of Justice, it seems that all the evidence points to the eccentric married couple.
Yeah.
In the court proceedings, it was revealed that they had a bag labelled, quote, burner phones under their bed.
Idiot.
And a computer folder labelled fake passport ideas.
Okay, how do I say this without saying too much? There's stuff that I have that I don't want people to know what it is, and I definitely don't write what it is on it. I definitely hide things in a certain way, or might put things in a certain place, or hide them even in plain sight, but you're never going to read fucking, this is my burner phone, right? This is my whatever. Like, that is just, it's so dumb. Exactly.
So there you go. That's the story of how an eccentric married couple started a digital manhunt through the blockchain and cyberspace that lasted 6 years. The 2 suspects were not only bizarre, but also hiding in plain sight. So what do you guys think of this story? Let me know in the comment section below. If you want to discuss this episode in more detail, or suggest a future video, head on over to the Cold Fusion
They have a
Discord.
pretty sick Discord. I joined it
If
for
you
a
want to
little
listen
while,
to the podcast
but
versions of these videos, they're now available.
I clipped a lot of my Discord servers down. So yeah, again, like, Cold Fusion has like so many good fucking videos on so many interesting different topics, like robotics and just everything like science technology. One of my favorite episodes that they did was on the Great Google Crash, which was like a huge outage that caused massive issues all over the world, just in terms of people who were like yeah. And then he does a really awesome deep dive into the M1 chip. I wouldn't even mind doing this video like for another future stream, because it's just so good. But basically, he goes over like why mobile chips are architected the way they are. And for those of you on the stream who are familiar with processor architecture and instruction sets, and you're familiar with the Intel x86 framework, right? ARM or ARM processors, which are typically used in smartphones, have a completely different way of processing information. And so what they've started to do is put these like very, very powerful RISC processors into phones into mobile computing, right? Or even desktop PCs now. And what they're finding is like, we can get a shit ton of performance out of them, but we can also do it with way less power. We're reducing the thermals, which has been another consistent capacity issue. Like, it's like we can only clock up a processor so hot until it requires not just like water cooling, but like some kind of refrigeration system, you know, to be able to do that. So this episode is great. Exploring the Dark Web is great. Theranos is one of my favorites because it's such a great story. And he does like a 3-part story on how like the fall of Intel and the history of it is like so cool. Like you learn so much about you know, why they were the company they were and how they kind of achieved like market dominance. So like I could literally do probably a month's worth of just tech talks, just watching Cold Fusion stuff, because it's like super high quality, very decent lengths, and yeah, like really, really great content. So we are approaching the end of the night. It has been a really great stream. We're not quite done yet. I think I have like 1 or 2 more videos that I want to show off, but we will be closing down the show shortly. For those of you guys who've stuck around for as long as you have, I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Again, we're going to be continuing these every Tuesday, taking ideas from, you know, our chats and stuff about future episodes or things that we want to talk about. Who knows? Maybe we'll even start a little bit earlier on like 7 o'clock so we have a little bit more time to spend with each other. But I really wanted to watch some of this video because, again, I love Nullbyte. I think he does great stuff. But being able to actually, this one, the Dead Man Switch one is a lot longer, so maybe we'll save that for next time. But this one seems super interesting, and I want to know more about
Wi-Fi
it.
network activity can be analyzed to spy on users, as we showed in our last tutorial to spying on who's home or who's not by looking at data packets with Kismet. Now you can confuse these efforts with a tool like Noisy, which goes to random websites in order to hide your true network activity. We'll show you how this works on this episode of Cyber Weapons Lab.
Nice.
Noisy is a Python program designed to generate random packets to disguise what it is you're actually doing and hide your activity from those who might be trying to spy on it. Now there's a couple ways someone can do this. In one, if they're on the outside, they can watch for data packets and try to determine which network or which computer.
Also, I don't know about you guys, but like the staring into the camera, I love this guy, but like the staring into the camera is just a little intense for me. And the reason why I've learned this is because like filming and like trying to do like promos for tech talks and putting them on my Instagram and stuff, like sometimes I just stare right at the camera and it's very weird. Like you need to occasionally look away or look around, but I'm not knocking the guy. I love him to death, but it is like he has like a fucking, he's like, so I'm going to teach you about stuff and then you're going to learn everything and it's going to be a very interesting demonstration and look into my soul
you're currently using. Now Noisy can help with this by generating random traffic to make it look like you're there even when you're not. Now if it's an internet service provider or someone connected to the network that's spying on you, they can actually see the requests that you're making. And Noisy will basically make a bunch of random requests that hide your actual interest in your real requests so deep in random data, it's difficult to determine or build a profile on you. Now to do this, you'll just need to use Python, but there are some limitations to what Noisy can be used for. Because of the way it loads web pages, it can occasionally click on things that a person can't see on a normal website. But aside from this, it's still a pretty good tool. That being said, let's begin.
It's actually a really good. He's not even blinking. You know what's fucked is there's like I remember when I was growing up, someone said that in Silence of the Lambs, the reason why Anthony Hopkins is so creepy is because he never blinks. Just, you watch the whole movie, he never blinks once. And I heard that, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna like rewatch this movie. So I go to rewatch it, and like the first scene with him, like he blinks within like a minute at least. Like he definitely has an intense look, but the man at least blinks.
Now to get started using Noisy, you'll just need Python. To check if you have Python installed, you could just type Python and then capital V. Now you can see I have Python version 2.7.15 installed, which is just fine for us to use the program, so we can continue from this step. Next up, we'll need to install the one requirement, which is requests. This will allow Noisy to make HTTP requests in order to go to the websites we put in the configuration file coming up next. So to do that, we'll type pip install and requests. you can see here that we actually already have it installed, so we can move on to the next section. Now, this will be actually installing Noisy from the GitHub repository. Here you can see the actual HTTP URL that we'll need to put after git clone in order to get it, which is https://github.com/H/noisy.get.
Now, keep in mind, I'm running this inside of a virtual machine, so theoretically, and I mean, maybe it would extend into my network, but I would assume this would mostly obfuscate the traffic on the VM. I don't know if I could just like run this in the background and break stuff.
By running this, I can see that it's not an empty directory, meaning we already have it, but if you're running it for the first time, you should see it be pulled from the GitHub repo.
Okay.
Now we can type ls to see what is in our downloads folder and type cd noisy. And now we can type ls again to see all the various files that are included in the Noisy download. Now, a particular interest is the config.json file. Now, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation, which is something that we will use to store a bunch of different data about the way that the script will behave. Now, to open it, we'll type nano config.json. And we should see a lot of information about the way the script behaves,
I love it.
such as the maximum depth of clicks, aka how far the script will go.
I love how he took Pornhub out of his, and mine has Pornhub.
Minimum sleep,
That's fucking great.
aka how long it will wait before going to a new website, the maximum sleep, and then the timeout, which will determine whether or not we get stuck on a page that fails to load. Now we have a series of root URLs, which is where this will start from, and we have a list of blacklisted URLs which will not be navigated to in any of the random hops. This means that even if we find a link to one of these websites on one of the target or root URLs, we won't proceed to click on them. Now you can also see there's a big long list of user agents, which basically sends out a random user agent pretending to be a particular device and
So this is another thing too, when you start to get into cybersecurity, you learn about like footprinting someone's operating system. Like one of the ways that you can footprint is to know like, oh, he's running Windows 10 with this build, or he's running an iPhone with this. And by sending like multiple device types, you can again like obfuscate what devices are and are not on your network.
Operating system and browser every time it makes this request. This will serve to confuse anyone who's looking for particular device signatures by injecting a whole bunch of random ones.
Okay.
Now here we want to make sure that we're putting in a bunch of good URLs to start from. So it's advisable to make sure you don't include any that might get you on trouble in a particular network. So for us, we'll just type wonderhowto.com. Now that that's done, we can go ahead and press Control X and then Y to accept the changes and return in order to save it.
Okay.
Now to run Noisy, we just need to go ahead and type Python noisy.py and then config.json. As you can see, this will immediately start visiting websites, and it will continue to do so until we press Control-C. Now we can fine-tune this behavior a little bit by specifying different configuration files. And by using the config flag, we can specify which one we want to use for this particular randomized session.
Right.
Now here you can see that we're clicking through a couple websites, and Noisy is also going the extra distance to go through and click on links within the particular website we use as a seed. After a while, it should go through most of the different websites we put as a random seed, so you can check out the link to the article on the full setup of this to see the customized list that our writer, the Hoyd, put together. And it actually contains the top, I think, million different Alexa-ranked websites on the internet. So these are the most popular websites, and it will go through and just click on them randomly. It makes it a much more random set, so I advise that you either create your own that contains a whole lot more different websites to go to, or you check out the article and download that made by our writer, the Hoyd. So once you have this going, you can cancel it with Control-C, and if you want to look at some of the more advanced capabilities of Noisy, you can type python noisy.py and then type help. So you can see there's a couple other options like logging and timeouts, so determining how long the crawler should be running. So those configurations will allow you to maybe set behavior to be a little bit less obvious that it's just a script running through and going to random websites. So that's all you need to do some of the more advanced configuration options. And if you want to get more specific, like pretending to be a particular device, you can go through the config.json file, and that will allow you to set some of these options so you can more carefully emulate a particular set of devices or one device in particular. As you can see, it's simple to use a program like Noisy to generate random web traffic within the parameters of our white and black list. Now, depending on our application, it's really important to set these carefully because it's not acceptable to be going to a bunch of adult websites or risky sites to click on like Tumblr.
Unless that's something that you want to trigger, right? Like if you want to be in a situation where, let's say you wanted to get someone in trouble, right, for going to shitty websites, right? You could set up a computer inside of their network that they don't know about. And then you could run this batch file, just have it go to porn all day. And then if someone reviews their network traffic or they get blocked or someone's like, hey, you're going to a shit ton of and again, because you can change the parameters of the calls, you can, make those queries slower and make the behavior look more natural. So it's not like, well, it's happening too fast for like a human being to do this. So it depends on, again, your like application and what you want to do with these tools. But these are some of the, interesting thought experiments that you engage in when you look into security and get interested in that kind of stuff. So I think to top off the night, so first off, before we go too deep, there's a bunch of other stuff I wanted to watch. There was a Instagram and Twitter on sit, but this one's 30 minutes. We might save that for next week or even later in the week when I get bored and want to stream again. The black holes are going to have to wait. That's like Yeah, it's like 30 minutes of video, another 12 minutes from my Kurtzgesalt stuff. What I will bring up is we'll save the Dead Man Switch for next week. We talked about Getter. We signed on to Getter. That was fun. This one could be interesting, but I'm going to pre-watch this one for you guys because I think it's going to be annoying if I don't. We already watched this. This is good. We did this one already. Oh, this one was a fun one that I wanted to also dive into, but we're not taking on more water tonight. So, I was at my friend's cottage this weekend, and we were talking about how difficult it is for him to get internet out where he is. Like, he's way out. It's not even his cottage. Like, he literally lives, it's his home in Halliburton, which is a beautiful town. Small little town, Northern Ontario. And while I was up there, I was like, holy shit, like, what do you guys do for internet? Like, there's not much up here. And so they have like okay internet, but it's mostly DSL and it's mostly garbage. And a lot of their options are either like wireless ones through a carrier called Rogers, if you're familiar with Rogers. Not great in terms of price points and stuff like that. Like, the solution works for them, but internet access is a huge problem, right? Especially in like developing countries and places where it's either like physically prohibitive to run cable, like mountain ranges or way out in the boonies, or it's just like cost prohibitive. Like carriers, and they're not great, will just like not run cable out to wherever it is to deliver those services. So, Starlink provides an interesting solution to this problem. And though I'm not, at least with me, the jury is out on whether Elon Musk's SpaceX will be a force for good. I think so far that company is all right. I think the guy's a fucking doink. Not the good kind of doink. Not a doink coin kind of doink. But technology like SpaceX, if applied well, could really fundamentally shift the landscape of internet accessibility, right, for communities where internet is a problem. And so there's a couple things I wanted to touch on really quickly with their SpaceX satellites. So this is a video over Puerto Rico. So apparently these were brought down by a geomagnetic storm. So this would have been something, I'm assuming if it's geomagnetic, it was like the Earth's magnetic field that caused that, unless it was like a solar storm, but normally I don't think they would call that a geomagnetic storm. But anyway, this is a fun little 3-minute video, just these satellites re-entering our atmosphere. And so obviously, like, I think everyone who is interested in things like space, you know, space junk is a problem. There's an enormous number of debris that is currently in the atmosphere, or above the atmosphere, I should say, as a result of space travel and satellites and stuff. Here they are. So bringing those down in a controlled manner in which, A, they don't, like, hurt anybody, but also they don't, like, pollute wherever they go. Like, these devices have, like, crazy batteries with, like, lithium and all these, like, there's a lot of toxic chemicals that's inside of a satellite that you don't want always just going in your oceans and just dropping in. But anyway, super, super interesting to watch this FLIR footage of just, like, the satellites, like, breaking up in the atmosphere. But what's even funnier is Starlink satellite photobomb. So Starlink satellites are photobombing astronomy images. So these guys are trying to literally take photographs of the night sky and of different objects in space, like, and this is what we're getting on our exposure. So this is one photo where you can see the percussion, if you will, of the satellite's motion, and it almost looks like ticks on, like, either like a CD-ROM or even like a vinyl record, you know, even though I know vinyl is more like grooves and bridges and stuff, but super fascinating. But anyway, so yeah, it's literally photobombing all kinds of interesting photographs. So it's making it more difficult for scientists on Earth to take pictures of things in the night sky. There's one, this picture, kind of this one. Please load. Please clap. No? Oh, there it is. Look at that. So, yeah. What do we do? I mean, it doesn't, like, necessarily ruin the image, and technically they could probably use CGI to composite this out. Well, yeah, exactly. It's just like one company, let alone what China and Russia are trying to do in space right now, right? So there's an enormous amount of companies putting this technology, exactly, like putting this into the atmosphere, or sorry, above the atmosphere. And like we there needs to be a long-term plan for, like, how do we deal with this, and how do we remove all of the space junk without causing disruptions? Like, there was a, where is it here? So there was a, well, two things. One, I did not know this, but apparently there was a Russian spacecraft that docked to the science station, and it was tilted out of its normal positional orbit during a test firing on one of the Russia's spacecraft that went off when it wasn't supposed to. And so it almost pushed. They had to, like, get out of... they had to, like, get into their spacesuits and get into the, like, emergency departure capsule, because it was possible that there was, like, a serious fucking problem if NASA, or sorry, the Russian Space Agency couldn't get the thruster to turn off. Because it's not something they could just, like, walk outside and, like, turn a lever on to shut it off, you know? Anyway, absolutely wild, like, just crazy. But there was another, where was this? This was not long ago. Yeah, this was in 2021. So space debris forces astronauts on space station to shelter, right? So they passed really close to some orbital debris. This happens fairly frequently. However, there was also a recent story of there's a Chinese satellite that was, or Russian or Chinese. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point, but one of them essentially had put a satellite up in orbit that was meant to destroy or break one of their other satellites, and it caused a massive debris cloud. And then, like, the ISS had to shelter in place because they're like, fuck, we might get hit with this stuff that you guys made, idiots. Anyway, something super interesting that I did not know is, and this is how we'll end the stream. This will be the stream ender, is ISS, is it here? Okay, here it is. Oh, it's by, guys, my boy Anton. Please subscribe to Anton if again, I really China. I mean, again, not that it matters. So, Anton is one of my favorite space, probably actually my favorite space content creator right now. One of the things that I love about him is just like his demeanor. I would like, honestly, a dream of mine, like he has almost 1 million subscribers. A dream of mine someday would be like have him on the show and like interview him and talk about his background and talk about like science and space and all this stuff. He is just a fucking phenomenal content creator. And one of the things I really love about Anton too is he loves to use Space Engine to sort of illustrate his videos. So when he's talking about particular either like planetary bodies, or if he is showing you like what black holes look like or stuff, often he's going into Space Engine and just doing some like really cool captures of that footage. So for those of you, I know Ocelot actually introduced me to Space Engine. It was like it's one of the many life-altering experiences that I've had with that gentleman in my time. But this one was like playing around Space Engine like broke my brain. Like the concept of just being able to, fly around the universe, sort of just like unfettered and explore, our local group and just understand, all of the fun stuff that's out there is great. And I love that Anton is not only a fan of Space Engine, but an active, like he's using it to produce content that looks really sick too. So I've done enough talking. Let Anton get to. He's going to talk to us about the future of the International Space Station, and after that, I think we'll wrap up the stream and get ready for bed because it's getting late here.
This is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing the recent announcement from NASA in regards to the International Space Station, and more specifically, how it's going to end in approximately 9 years from now. In other words, NASA has officially determined when this particular mission and the entire space station is going to end, and that's going to be in 2031. But I wanted to discuss a little bit more about some of the recent updates in regards to the station, talk a little bit about something I don't usually talk about, which is drama in space, and also discuss some of the future implications
guys.
in regards to the end of the mission and the end of the space station in general. But here, I guess let's start with the facts and the reasons behind the end for this mission. As you probably know by now, the International Space Station has been hosting astronauts since the year 2000. So basically for 22 years now. And here's what it used to look like back in December of 2000, taken by the astronauts from the expedition.
That's crazy. That is actually insane how big it's gotten. Like, it's much larger than when it first got out.
The astronauts you see right here.
Also, sorry, not to keep pausing here, but like fucking, it blows my mind that we like sent all of that stuff up. Like when you look at the ISS and you just see how many like compartments are and how big it is for being in space, you're like, we've literally had to like rocket that from the Earth. It's pretty incredible.
Shepard in the middle, Yuri Gidzenko on the right, and the iconic Russian astronaut Sergei Krikalev, who we're going to discuss in a few minutes, on the left side of the picture. And he's iconic for one simple reason.
Because I'm Russian.
The astronauts stranded in space during the dissolution of USSR, when it wasn't really certain who this particular space station known as Mir belonged to.
I don't know if you guys remember Mir, the Mir space station. It was like the first real, I think it was like the first like legit space station, and it was Russian, and there was collaborative activities on it, but it was crazy. And then they crashed into the ocean, I think, in like 2000.
To bring him back. There is an older video about this somewhere on the channel, but I'm probably going to be discussing this in some of the future videos as well. And since that original mission, almost 300 people lived on the ISS, with nearly 110 countries participating in some sort of a research. Over 3,000 types of research has been published in the last 20 years or so, with almost 5,000 researchers participating in one way or another. In other words, this has been an extremely successful scientific mission, and even now it still has quite a lot of experiments going on and quite a lot of very important instruments, including some really powerful X-ray instruments that are still observing the night skies and are teaching us more about the universe. But the thing is, ISS was never really expected to operate this long, and pretty much most of the modules on the ISS have been designed with a lifetime of approximately 15 years, meaning that by 2013 to maybe 2015, most of the modules here would already be sort of past expiry date. And it's really through...
This is how we fix things on Russian space station! That's so funny.
Various repairs and through various modifications that the scientists and the researchers on the ISS have been able to sort of prolong its lifetime. And so by 2031, it's actually going to be 33 years old, with most modules operating approximately 16 years past their prime time, or past their expiry date, that is. But in theory, some of the modules could be replaced and it could operate longer. There are, however, some problems, and some modules are just way too expensive to replace. For example, the solar panel degradation and the battery degradation is a really big factor here. In order to replace all of these solar panels, it would just cost way too much for both NASA and a lot of other agencies involved in the project. And because of this, one of the...
Well, also, it's like a cost benefit, right? It's like, yeah, we could send up solar panels to get another couple of years out of the super old... It's like a car, right? Like, you're going to sink so much money into it, it doesn't become worth it to the point where you're like, we just should build a new car. Because, again, the materials of whether it's like the solar panels actually having like physical degradation just from being exposed to like the elements of space and the sun all the time, or whether it's not, it's like the just the nature of battery technology, they eventually become less and less efficient over time. And even the transmission lines that like move that stuff back and forth gets fucked up. So it's a lot of things to have to rip out and replace. And at a certain point, they're just like, I mean, I don't know what the international conglomerate of space humans has decided for the future of space exploration. Like, are we going to have another space station? Are they going to build something? I mean, if they're getting rid of this in, 2031 or 2030, then I imagine they'll probably start thinking about the next couple of years, so...
Temporary solutions that has sort of been implemented was basically just adding new solar panels on top of them. But this is not something that can be done indefinitely, and so eventually the solar panels and the batteries are just going to sort of expire, with the expected expiry date being 2028. Because of this, a few years ago it was proposed to possibly end the mission by 2024, especially because the funding at this point has sort of become an issue, and the station obviously costs NASA way too much. The entire station costs approximately $4 billion to operate every year, with the costs sort of climbing because of the inflation. But then on top of this, it's become kind of dangerous and somewhat unpredictable to operate the station because of the amount of satellites in orbit, but also because of a lot of different types of junk flying everywhere. For example, you might have watched the video from last year about the discovery of a hole inside the Canadarm.
This is fucked.
Produced by some sort of a debris hitting the arm.
Imagine that hit the station. Like, that would have been disastrous.
And then just a few months later, some of the debris produced by an anti-satellite missile test by China in 2007 came really close to the ISS, creating an emergency, meaning that the station had to adjust its course. Also, unfortunately, around the same time, within just a month of this, Russia has conducted its own missile test that produced even more debris. And ironically, a piece of that debris...
I told you. I said it. It doesn't matter. Russia, China, it doesn't matter because they both did it, so...
Then endangered the Chinese Tiangong-1 space station, which I'm sure did not make either Chinese or the Russians happy. And then on top of all of this, last year, or more specifically since 2018, there's been quite a lot of drama and quite a lot of conflict between NASA and Roscosmos, which came as a huge surprise to a lot of people that normally support Roscosmos and have been admiring the Russian space agency for a very long time. And specifically here, there are actually several incidents. For example, one of the bigger incidents involved the docking of the module you see right here, known as Nauka or Science.
Nauka.
And following the docking, due to some sort of a software glitch inside the module, it suddenly and unexpectedly started firing its thrusters, which produced the first emergency on the ISS in years. The emergency actually caused the International Space Station to start spinning quite uncontrollably for quite a long time. And although the spin itself was quite minuscule, it was approximately half a degree per second, it was nevertheless large enough to potentially damage the station, and the actual damage is still not entirely clear. Although I guess this can happen to anyone. But then there were more issues also related to Roscosmos. For example, a few years ago, there was a hole in one of the Russian modules. A hole that was leaking quite a lot of air. And eventually it was established that this hole was most likely drilled by someone. And although initially NASA established that it was most likely a very, very silly manufacturing error, last year, Roscosmos decided to blame this NASA astronaut for creating the hole because, according to them, she had a psychological breakdown. This is Serena Chancellor, and she was on the ISS during that time, but how she could possibly access the Russian module and drill a hole in it, well, that's a mystery that nobody knows an answer to. And obviously, nobody believes that. Nobody buys that story. And it was really insulting for Roscosmos to even suggest that. And okay, I'm saying Roscosmos. And here's where we need to clarify things. In 2018,
that's right. Like that was because that was the entire. My understanding, and I think to your point, was that the entire the Soyuz capsules were what docked and returned the astronauts back. And since, like you said, like SpaceX has done it, it probably replaces the need for that, and it's creating some friction. Also, like Putin is just, waving all kinds of dicks around right now.
Cosmos had a major change of power. Basically, they had a bit of a reshuffling going on. And the reason behind this was apparently because Roscosmos was becoming too bureaucratic, whatever that means. So this guy right here became its unofficial leader. And it's really ironic because for many years now, Dmitry Rogozin, who you see right here, was actually an extremely outspoken critic of the space industry. He even proposed...
He trumped him. It's a Trump move. It's like when he put like that guy in charge of the post office and the EPA and all those other, like all the consumer protection agencies, and all of those dudes were like, I hate the EPA, I hate the post office, and I hate the consumer protection agency. So it's like, that's such like, I mean, maybe Trump was just following the Russian playbook. Who knows?
Shutting him down completely. And by the way, he has nothing to do with space industry. He's a former journalist who eventually became a politician. You can read more about him in the link in the description. But anyway, putting a space critic as basically the leader of space industry is not something anyone expected. As a matter of fact, it's kind of silly. I guess as an analogy here, it's kind of like if we put Alf, remember Alf, that character from like years ago, in charge of some kind of a cat shelter. And for those of you who have no idea who this character is, it's an alien who just likes eating cats. Okay, honestly,
I love... It's the best breakdown of Alf I've ever heard.
I tried to find a better analogy, but I couldn't. You get the idea. It's just a very silly idea to put someone like Rogozin behind what used to be one of the biggest...
I love that he went to Alf. He's like, I could not think of a better analogy than Alf for that. Even though it's like, I don't know, cat and mouse, like bird and worm.
World. So as you can probably tell, I'm not a very big fan. And unfortunately, since he came to power in 2018, there's been a whole set of problems in Roscosmos. For example, it was discovered that approximately $400 million went missing and nobody knows where it is anymore. There was also that famous rocket launch that ended up as a failure, with fortunately all of the astronauts returning back to Earth alive, with a failure being caused once again by a manufacturing error. Then, not so long ago, Russia was launching more satellites, but someone programmed the rocket as if it was taken off from a completely different location, and so it never actually succeeded in launching the satellites. It crashed in the Pacific Ocean. But I think the worst thing that was done so far by Rogozin and basically whoever else is in power in Roscosmos is the demotion of this wonderful person, Sergei Krikalev, the guy I mentioned in the beginning. Probably the most experienced astronaut Roscosmos has, and the reason they demoted him is absolutely ludicrous. He was critical of Roscosmos for sending an actress and a film director to film a movie in space, simply because NASA was talking about possibly sending Tom Cruise to do the same, although that's never really been confirmed. Moreover, because they were sent to space, two wonderful astronauts who have been trained their whole life to go to space never got to go to space at all, and one of them is now required to retire. And so Sergei right here chose to speak out against this and got demoted as a result.
Again, that's like the, what is it, Armageddon, the dude who never got to, Billy Bob Thornton's character who never got to go up to space. I think he got bumped or something like that. So, or like maybe even Gary Sinise in Apollo 13. Classic
quite
Russia.
a lot of discontent, with a lot of people generally supportive of Roscosmos and their policies. And I'm only telling you all of this just to sort of present the situation that Roscosmos is currently dealing with. It's basically experiencing an internal struggle. There are a lot of really smart people, a lot of talented people that want to succeed in this and want to make it work. But they're fighting against other people that want to just end this and want to completely withdraw from the cooperation with NASA for one reason or another. And though it's very difficult to obviously point fingers at whose fault it is, because of the recent comments from Roscosmos, especially in regards to blaming the NASA's astronaut, it sort of becomes clear that the leadership in this case is not really helping the situation. Clearly. And so at this point, it's sort of unclear what's going to happen to the Russian contribution to the space station until 2031. And so currently there might be a chance that by 2024, Russia might actually withdraw, which would be quite devastating for many Russian scientists who have worked on projects like this for decades. Either way, there's been quite a lot of drama because of this, and quite a lot of uncertainty with what's going to happen with the Russian contribution. But despite all of these struggles and conflicts, NASA has officially extended the mission and has finally announced when the mission is going to end as well, and the official commitment is until at least 2030, with the space station very likely returning to Earth. Well, returning is a kind of a wrong word here, crashing to Earth in 2031. Totally. And we even sort of know where exactly it's going to crash as well. So what exactly did NASA recently announce? Well, first of all, they've confirmed that they're going to have funding until at least 2030, with the goal here a slow transition to the private missions, with possibly even some of the modules being reused for these private missions later on. In other words, they hope that the private companies take over the idea of low Earth orbit station and replace all of the operation and all of the scientific research with their own modules, their own stations, and obviously their own funding. With most of this hopefully done by late 2020s. And this, of course,
this video is not that old. It's only 10 days old.
Confirms that the funding will now extend from 2024 until 2030. And all of this was announced after a thorough investigation whether the actual structural integrity of the station can survive this long. And turns out that it can. It seems to be okay for at least another 9 years. Although going back to Roscosmos, a lot of their modules actually do have an expiration date within the next few years. So once again, there might be a chance that the Russian module, the Russian side, might completely separate and return their modules to Earth much earlier. And on top of this, NASA has recently awarded approximately $500 million to 3 different commercial teams, a team known as NanoRex, whose preliminary design you see right here, and also a team behind Northrop Grumman, and also Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin team, to basically start working on the initial designs for a potential commercial space station that should be operational within the next few years. And once NASA decides on who to assign the project to, assuming that everything goes right, by 2033 NASA expects to save at least $1.7 billion a year by having the station operated commercially instead of through government. So basically there will still be astronauts and there will still be missions on the space station, it's just the station itself is not going to be NASA-led. It's only going to be receiving some of the funding from NASA. And if there is some kind of a commercial space station by late 2020s, NASA will then slowly start removing modules one by one.
This is a fucking cool render of a space station. Like, if that's like our like... Maybe, honestly, we're just sitting does anyone else feel like this is just like Alien and Aliens? Like, it's like Elon Musk is going to be like Weyland-Yutani, like, and it's just like the corporation that sends people to space and mines like asteroids and shit like that. Like, it's starting to, we might be living in the xenomorph timeline. I don't know.
And also lowering the orbit of the International Space Station. Although the current scenario does require some of the Russian modules, specifically the Russian-built Progress supply spacecraft, to assist with the boost by using their engines. You would need at least 3 of them for a successful lowering of the orbit. But if the Russia is no longer participating in the ISS, in this case NASA might have to rely on the other cargo ships such as Cygnus that you see right here. And although initially there are still going to be astronauts on board the space station, by the end of 2030, it's expected the space station is going to be empty. And by early 2031, it's most likely going to re-enter planet Earth, and re-enter crashing in the location very close to right here. This is known as Point Nemo, or Point of Inaccessibility, because it's basically a point really far away from any land. It's also sometimes referred to as the spacecraft cemetery, representing the location where most of the large satellites or large spacecrafts usually end up at the end. Obviously because there's just nobody there and nobody's going to get injured as they re-enter Earth. And as I mentioned, some of the modules, especially the newer ones, might be reused for the commercial missions later on.
So they literally could like detach the module and like just leave it in space and send the rest of the station down to Earth to crash. That's kind of interesting.
But that's basically going to be the end of this particular mission. And honestly, after 33 years in space, I think it's a pretty good end. Cool. Especially since it's way overdue. And assuming that I'm still making videos by then, well,
hope so, Anton.
Make sure to subscribe because I'm going to have quite a lot to say about the mission.
Hell
anyway,
yeah.
On that note, well, that's pretty much it. Pretty exciting announcement from NASA, definitely some good news and a bit of a closure in terms of what's going to happen to the ISS. And I guess time will tell how all of this goes with NASA and Roscosmos and a little bit of a conflict they have going on. On that note, subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining a channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
Stay wonderful and see you tomorrow. Anton, I love him. He's just such a happy guy. You can't not love Anton. And like I said, he's a huge also fan of Space Engine. I don't know, again, like I know Ocelot is very familiar with this, but spent a fair bit of time in this application. And one of the things that I think is actually super cool about the Engine of Spaces is that it lets us demonstrate the concept of red shifting in a visual way that people can understand, and why people like myself are so excited about the James Webb Space Telescope and what it's going to tell us about the universe. As light travels through space, though there isn't a lot of stuff in space, the wavelength of that light slows down over time. And so a light that comes in is typically like a bright white or a bright blue or sort of yellow will eventually slowly shift to red. You can see we're literally leaving the observable universe at this point. And as we're in this dense cloud of white and yellow little stars and we move away from it, you'll start to see them dim, and we'll only be able to see the furthest traveling in the sort of the visual spectrum of the red light and the deep infrared. And James Webb, the reason why it is a complementary device to Hubble, which is really good at seeing a little bit of infrared, a lot of UV, and some visible light, or all of visible light, the James Webb Space Telescope focuses on deep infrared. And to end tonight's stream, one last little piece of news, because I am on a little bit of a tear, I'm not going to lie. We'll look at, there is a photograph of the first picture from James Webb just came in. And also, I hate these videos. This stuff, no. Cosmos Lab is a big no for me. Anyway, GVST. So, I think this is the first photograph. You're actually looking at it. So, one of the reasons why it's fragmented, and like this is one star, right? But it's being represented many times because the mirrors that are on the telescope haven't gone through the process of actually aligning so they can focus all the light into the detectors of the device. So that alignment process is going to take 3 months, apparently. So over the next 3 months, they'll be aligning the mirrors. And then once those mirrors are finally aligned, we'll get the initial, like, real deal images from James Webb. Yeah, oh, this is so cool. And then this was its first sort of like selfie of the actual mirrors and the deployment. So it's so amazing that not only did the telescope manage to launch with a higher degree of efficiency that was expected, which actually results in the mission time being extended. Originally, James Webb Space Telescope was supposed to be about a 10-year mission. They're now saying they might get 20 years out of the telescope because of just the efficiency of the launch of the rocket. They saved enough fuel to add that much life to the mission. Not only did they have that going for them, but everything deployed without a hitch. There were no critical failures. The mirrors are out. Everything is coming together nicely. So, I mean, I think we're in really good shape to expect images in the next 5 months. And that's going to be a very, very special Tech Talk. And I look forward to sharing that with you guys. As always, I appreciate you guys coming around, coming to say hello. For those of you who stick around for the whole thing, holy shit, thank you. It really means a lot. I really enjoy doing these things every Tuesday. We are back talking about science, technology, and then we're throwing random streams in the rest of the week. Me and my pal Chico, we're talking ServiceNow later this week, so we might do a little bit of an IT tech stream, a special side load stream. It should be really exciting. But as always, guys, I am Serious Rollerblader. You guys have a good night, and please keep looking at the stars.